I hope we get news on the new set soon. I think we had about a week's notice on Mythical Island. I'm pretty sure it was less than that on Mythical Island. But, you're gonna make me go back and look now. I feel like it was only a few days, but I should know that offhand. It's a relevant number with what's coming up. So we had... So we got... December 12th was when it came out. December 12th was when we got the little teaser, and then it dropped on the 16th, yeah? Yeah, because the 16th into the 17th. So like four or 5 days, depending on like what the time zones light up as and what you consider a day or not. So little less than a week. Yeah, I hope they do like a little mini spoiler thing like we do it. We see a lot of other traditional TCs. I would love a little bit of a build up in the week before instead of just like a small teaser and then a dump, but we'll see what they do. I feel like we don't really have any precedent to know what to expect at this point. Good morning, folks. Thanks for the resubs on the Twitch side to start us off this morning. Tobias, I appreciate the almost 5 years. Sard Knox coming in hot for the over 3. And Norin, thank you for the 20 months. It's been great to have so many of our longtime community members along for the ride as we've played so many different games here over the years. Hope you all are having fun with Pocket. I know I am. Skizzer, thank you for the 2 years. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I really hope there's some deck builder QOL in the cards coming up. It is certainly scuffed in a variety of ways at the moment. Level cap. I have to imagine the level cap increase is coming. It feels incredibly short-sighted that it hasn't happened yet. So our first viewer deck this morning is to build around Mythical Island Weezing, which reads like a pretty reasonable effect. Blanking an attack on a coin flip is solid, and like 50 damage is like pretty close to odd rate. It's a little below for 2 energy, but not terrible. When you add that like 50% foggish type effect. My gut says because this is a 2 energy attack, I probably don't want to go max Koga. Because a big part of Koga's appeal here is like your gas leaking and then tackle is cheap. So I don't think I've ever played a deck with 1 Koga, but if I was going to make a deck a 1 Koga deck, it feels like new Weezing is it. So there's a couple of tournaments today, so we'll have a mulligan basically if we have a bad start in the first one. So I'm gonna play Executor Wiggly, I think, and there's an 11 a.m. start time and then there's a 1 p.m. start time. I think the plan is we'll fire off Wiggly Eggs. If we have a decent start with that, we'll run that tournament down with it, and if we fail, then I'll play Lumineon. I'm gonna play not Lumineon in the first one. Yeah, I think I definitely want 2-leaf here. What do I want my other attacker to be? Is it just like Arbok? Arbok's pretty good. And I'm on 2-leaf anyway, so we could play a Bullen here. Probably like a Geo. Seems fine. I kind of want a second Sabrina if I'm playing Arbok. Do I need Mew? Mew's good into Charizard, I guess, but like I'm a bunch of dark Pokemon into Mewtwo, so I don't really need Mew for that matchup. Maybe we cut the Mew and just play 5 basics to get the other Sabrina in. I guess I could give up the X speed too. I could give up the X speed. What a Sabrina. A far-fetched for an early attacker. I don't hate that. I do generally like playing 6 basics. Yeah, let's play a duck. Or a bunch of single knockout. Far-fetched value goes up when you're all single knockout point Pokemon. Because you don't mind having them take a point when they gotta work through 3 altogether. Alright, let's start here, shall we? Do you play on desktop? You can use an Android emulator to play on desktop. Oh, we should put the poll up on the YouTube side to remind people that they should like the stream. Will you like the stream? Yes. No. We'll be simple this morning and just do yes, no. I think I've been enjoying taking viewer submissions. Let's take viewer submissions. Past this one. I have 1 left over from yesterday, and we'll take some more new ones as well. They called the second Switch to Xbox can learn from that. I personally find Xbox's random numbers and letters every time they upgrade their console endearing, don't you? Hey, Witless, glad you're having fun with the Starmie fish deck. I'm gonna call it the Switchback, something like that. Against a turn 1 fighting energy, I actually don't like putting Tauros on the bench. Not only are they a Hitmonlee deck, most likely, but a lot of fighting builds, they don't have EX Pokemon other than Aerodactyl, who you often don't even want Tauros into. Hey, thanks for the over 5.5 years, Mage Cub. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Ekans actually lines up real clean into Hitmonlee stuff, right? We get to go bite you into Arbok quarter to clear. Gonna be a lot of damages if they have the evolution. So the problem here is if I evolve, Machamp still clears, or Machamp Choke still clears us. I think it's this. But if they just have the Machamp on curve, we're probably dead here. Do you have a girlfriend? I don't think my wife would appreciate that. What a weird question to come into a stream and ask. Gamers and touching grass, not even once. Well, I mean, yep. Alright, well the line is officially hope they don't have it. If they do, we're done here. Machamp EX is really good when you have it. Bing bang boom on curve. GG opponent. It is Mythical Island weezing. It's our first viewer request of the morning, see if we can make anything happen here. First tournament today fires in about 90 minutes, and then there's actually a second one a couple hours after that, so we have a bad start. We'll get a mulligan, which is nice. I will be absolutely shocked if we don't get a Houndoom and or Umbreon in the next set. Tyranitar 2 is possible. We're going to play Executor Wiggly in the first event this morning. And if that goes poorly, we might audible back to the Starmie deck. But I feel like at least for the first one, I want to not be on the same deck every day. Alright, I think the Duck's gonna have to take one for the team here, gamers. What will be the going rate to get a reasonable set going on day one of the expansion? So, loosely, it's about 100 USD per booster pack, give or take, based on some variants, to get a full pack complete in Pokemon Pocket. So three packs, loosely $300 to get everything ASAP. It's worth noting though, there's also a spend limit per day in Pokemon Pocket, which is like $120-ish. So you actually can't max the set fully on the first day. That's cute. Good Leaf top deck for us. If we didn't top deck the Leaf here, I think I would have put an energy on Farfetch and quacked them for the turn. And then we would have switched to Arbok next turn to clear. Did you draw basic, or are we done here? I would wait for trading right. It could make the game cheaper. I don't actually think trading's gonna make the 80 to 100-ish that much cheaper, because that price point assumes pretty average variance. Trading will likely be like an extreme variant smoothing tool for like players who really low roll that got like a bunch of 1 3 diamond or 4 diamond to meet like-minded individuals who did similar things and then like even them out essentially. We have like implied confirmation that trading drops with the new set because they said trading's coming in January and we're 2 weeks in with no update other than that. So again, my money on trading is that they're just not going to let you trade the newest set worth of cards. And I bet the mini set's going to be lumped in with the set it was paired with. So I bet when the second set goes live, trading for Mythical Island, the Genetic Apex will go live with it. Would be my best bet. I would wager trading isn't active yet because they just don't want you to trade the latest set of cards. They want people who are wanting the newest cards right away to spend money on packs. You better believe however trading is implemented is going to be implemented in a way that doesn't impact the money machine. When will the point exchange shop for Genetic Apex and Mythical Island end? Likely never. At a minimum, my expectation is Genetic Apex and Mythical Island will be available for points and opening booster packs until they rotate out of Standard, which I would assume isn't happening until, like, fall of 26 at the earliest. What do you expect for promos? I would expect the promos to be attached to whichever set they release during. So, like, all the promos we have now to be attached with trading in set 1. I wouldn't be surprised if they like eventually removed subsets from the game, but I'd expect that we're years off of that inevitability. No, it's pretty uncommon for games to remove packs right away when the next pack launches. I have no one left to divide, chat. What a sad life this coughing leads. I'm pretty sure on Magic Arena you could get packs for every set ever released. I actually don't remember the answer to that question, if I'm being honest. So they get to clear my coughing with the energy on it here thanks to Aqualider and Sabrina, but our box gonna lock their Lumineon in a room with us, which is pretty good for the home team. So, definitely not a Tauros game. Could be a duck game. Go ahead and put the Lumineon down. Oh, evolve Ekans to play around Greninja. Yeah, I totally should have done that. It's a good shout. I think we're probably torched with that mistake at this point, because I could, like, put weezing up to fog the attacks, but I can't actually clear this. Thanks for the half a year, Skittles. Welcome back. All right, Arbok does not feel very good here. I'm gonna rethink this for a minute while we tap the Twitch ads. I'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. You may have an advert as well. So one of the upsides this card has is it stalls for you. What if we paired it with a stage 2? We could do Pidgeot EX because it's a colorless stage 2. But we could also do, I guess we could do something like Wiggly. We could just do the full blanks, or Nidoking. Yeah, something that wants energy and time. Nidoking's probably trash. It could be an okay Wiggly lead though. Wiggly EX. And Wiggly's kind of a similar theme, where like 50% your opponent does nothing. Mardoc, thank you for the primer. Good morning, good morning. Let's give that a try. Having two like mid-size attackers doesn't feel very good. Yeah, poor Nido is just not very good. This is a very similar core to the Executor build we're gonna play in the tournament, which has been pretty alright. Thanks for hanging out, Silence. Welcome back. Morning, good morning. Honestly, part of me, if I'm playing less Kogas, maybe I want Old Coughing, because Old Coughing also makes X speed better, because it has a retreat cost of 1. Maybe we do that. Division's good when you're playing 2 Kogas, because you really want second Coughing teed up, but what's the math behind how many basics, stage 1 and stage 2 to use? So the loose math is you want at least 5 basics in your deck just for the sake of consistency and not getting cheesed out, and also having a diverse range of game plans. Usually you want 3 different lines of Pokemon, and then how many stage 1s and stage 2s you use depend on what you're building. There isn't really a hard and fast rule for those. Sometimes your deck lines just like want a bunch of basics, sometimes you want a bunch of stage 1s, so it depends on like which Pokemon lines you're looking to play. You get a top 8 finish with the Tentacruel Articuno deck. That's fun. We played some games with that and I just could not get it going. It felt really limp every time we played it. Oh man. Smoke screening a Celebi player is Very appropriate. Hey, Dance, thank you for the tip. Appreciate it. Build whatever deck you want, but other than Pokeball and Research, every card has to be full art. Huh. Are there enough full art basics for that? Now I'm gonna have to look. That sounds like a fun cosmetic challenge. But now I'm like trying to think what. Zapdos, DDN, Pikachu could be close. Misty, there's probably a Misty deck, right? Because you have Articuno and Baby Lapras are both full art. Yeah, Muse a full art basic. Get a little smoky. So they have to flip a coin for their attack to do anything, and then they have to flip coins to deal damage. Oh, you can play full art Eevee with Vaporeon. Okay, Vaporeon Articuno Misty is the answer. Yeah, that sounds like a fun build. I like it. Okay, that's totally what it is. Because Baby Lapras even kind of plays nice with all of that too, yeah? You could like slide energy around with it. Man, when you flip heads so you get to attack, but then you flip 2 tails on your powerful bloom. Nice RNG, nerd. Let's get a little smoky in here, shall we? What counters this green deck? The Arcanine decks are really good against Celebi. Like the Salazzle Arcanine deck I posted this morning on the Hooglandia Pocket channel. Gyarados also tends to have a pretty strong Celebi matchup. Really need a Jigglypuff this turn. Oh, that's super unfortunate. Our bottom 8 cards are a Research, a Pokeball, and two Jigglypuffs. Yeah, unfortunately, without a Wigglytuff built up in the back, we just don't have a follow-up here. Yeah. New weezing there, kind of highlighting how it's really not paralysis or sleep, and it's something worse. Look at this one, a couple more shakes, but might be time to move along. Uh-oh, turn 1 execute. I'm in danger. Is 50 currently the max level? It is, yeah, which is super unfortunate. It's really sad that I just don't get experience for anything. I feel like the level 50 cap at Pokemon Pocket really shows how much the developers of this game underestimated their own whales. I'm gonna put the energy here so that way if we top deck Weezing, it can attack next turn. But unsurprisingly, I would put money that by the end of 2025, Pokemon Pocket will probably be the highest grossing digital card game of all time. Hearthstone Lifetime still has it beat by a little bit, but I bet we're coming up on that number pretty quick. They have decent gameplay and hit all their targeted release candidates this year. Oh, none of those are the weezing we were looking for. We'll put the duck out to play around to Sabrina, but in a bad way here for sure. So sad. I give this one more go, but one of the asterisks for Hearthstone revenue lifetime is that we don't get accurate sales data from PC versions. We know mobile revenue because app stores do some public reporting that websites post. So we technically don't know PC revenue on Hearthstone, but the game was also much bigger on mobile. I'm going to play Executor Wiggly in our morning tournament today and see how that goes. We had a pretty solid run with it last week. I wouldn't mind running it back. I want to do something that's not the Lumineon deck again. We've hammered that a lot this week in the tournaments. Vetodat, execute Snivy. Snivy's a weird pairing with two things that attack for 1 energy. Maybe they're playing the 4 energy attack Executor? I think I'm just letting this take hits for now because singing this, even if they lose the coin flip, doesn't do anything if they evolve next turn. Yep, that one makes sense given that they're on superior. Hoping to draw our baby Wiggly or another basic. Let's X speed this out. Sing this to sleep. So, unfortunately, the way this breakpoint lines up here, if they wake up, they get to clear the Wiggly EX, but this is definitely my only line. Hopefully, Executor is feeling especially sleepy this morning. Okay, so you're saying there's a chance. This not only lets our Wiggly live, but it also buys us time to set up weezing for when Wiggly eventually goes down. Because so good. I guess we'll just have to win another, shall we? Or they'll have to lose another, I suppose. But I get how you look at it. You think Wiggly is better than Tauros for this deck? I think this deck's probably trash regardless of the cards you play, so follow your heart. I mean, Arbok weezing is a fine deck. This deck is very much not Arbok weezing, though. Arbok weezing with Tauros is like a pretty serviceable B or B- deck. I posted a highlight with that deck if you missed it last week or the week before. But it's playing the good weezing, not this awful one. Is the big difference. Yeah, we just don't come back from here. All right, let's throw this one into the rubbish bin where it belongs. Move on to our next pile. Mythical. Mythical Island weezing did, Mythical Island weezing just not good. All right. Our next build around submission is that Pokeball and Professor's Research are the only non-full art cards we're allowed to play. Yeah, you know, the whale deck. So we have Articuno, Eevee, Vaporeon, Lapras. Are there any other water full arts that are basics? Squirtle. Full art War Turtle when is the real question. Why aren't there full art stage ones for the Kanto starters? Is it worrying that it's the second half of January and we still have no info on when trading is coming? Not worrying at all. In fact, I would expect that trading is going to launch with the second set, which is data mine, to be coming January 29th. Yeah, they also just don't communicate or release any information in advance in general. You 0% should be expecting a trading preview before it happens. I think it's just these 6 for Pokemon, and then we'll just play traders for the rest of it. Mew. I don't know that I want to play Mew. Like, the rest of these things are already kind of energy hungry. I'm just going to play the extra Sabrina and the extra Geo. Call it a day. Redwick, thank you for the 85 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. It's quite a long time. Vince, thank you for the 5 months. Good morning, good morning. Minus, glad you're having fun with the pocket stuff. Thanks for supporting me so I can keep doing it every day. You appreciate those direct bits of support that allow this to be my job. Been having a lot of fun with Pocket being my focus. I'd love to keep doing more of it in the future. I don't vibe on these bench slots for now. I think there's a world where like it's one Lapras and one, or second Articuno rather than second Vaporeon. Hey, glad you had a chance to try it, Kronos. I've been loving that deck in all the tournament stuff I've been playing. Feels real clean. If they don't hit triple heads here, I think we're Sabrinaing up the Scent to Scorch next turn. Oh, triple tails? Yeah, come to Papa here, baby. Because even if they... Oh, this has a retreat cost of 3? You're cooked. How much would an only generated energy submission? I don't know what that would entail. You mean like the only way I get to use energy is Gardevoir? I'm not sure I understand what you would be submitting. A Gardevoir Misty Brock deck? That just doesn't sound remotely functional. I don't know that I'm interested in that. I don't mind like quirky build challenges like this one, but like I want the core of the deck to at least be functional still. I think experimenting with like we played an old Golem Brock deck where like you weren't playing fighting energy and you just like use Golem as a finisher with Brock. I think that could be kind of cool to revisit. But otherwise that kind of just sounds non-functional. Well, alrighty then. Pump up, the bump up, the wump up, the jam. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Old console, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it. Do dark decks just kind of suck right now? There are no tier 1 dark decks. Weezing Arbok is like okay serviceable. It's like B, maybe B minus. We're gonna play Wiggly Eggs in the tournament this afternoon, or this morning. Kicks off in about an hour. And if we scrub that, there's a second event at 1 o'clock that we can run back something different in. I don't think we can beat Gyarados here. Unsurprisingly, deck without... Wait, what? Unsurprisingly, deck without a way to attack the bench batted to Gyarados. Them not just powering up the Gyarados here is very good for us, though. I would like to kill your Frogadair or mark damage on your fish. Pick one. Definitely a big mistake by them not to just put this up or put energy on this. They got cute. They might get punished now despite our matchup being terrible. Okay, so I think the play here is actually energy on Eevee, leaf back, and then we tackle this Drudagon, and then they'll have to leaf into the Gyarados to not be dead on board, and then Lapras can crack this for 90, and then Articuno with a Giovanni can finish it. So I assume they go energy into Leaf. This could fall apart if their Gyarados takes our energy away. I do need my NRG. Oh no! Oh, I missed that line. To the people asking why did I take the other line that guaranteed won the game, it's because I missed it. Is the answer to your question. You're right, I could have done 90 to this last turn and then cleared with Articuno this turn. Would have won every time. So Misty bails me out of the Gyarados, but I still need to top deck the Giovanni now because of the line that I took. No, I needed to hit with the Misty, but I also need Geo here now too. I wouldn't have needed the Giovanni or the Misty if we would have hit this for 90. That was a good catch. I missed it. It's worth noting we would have never been in this game to start if our opponent would have just put energy on here. Unfortunately, I missed the line at the end here, so they win anyways. But would have been able to capitalize on their mistake if I had played slightly better. For people coming in and asking why we're playing Mythical Island, why we're playing this EV instead of Mythical Island EV, because we're playing a viewer-submitted deck this morning, as the stream title implies. Generally speaking, if you're coming into the channel, there's viewer decks in the title. Someone paid me to play this is the answer to why is Jeff playing a bad card. This viewer submitted deck is explicitly a build request to play all full art cards other than Professor's Research and Pokeball. So other EV, very much not full art. This one, very, very full art. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and tap some ads. I need to run to the restroom anyways. We're going to play some more of this when we return. Our first tournament round will be starting in about 45 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Hey, glad you're having fun with the Blastoise deck, Nappy. I'll run that one back at some point. Big Blue Man, definitely one of my favorite Pokemon. Appreciate everybody hanging out here this morning. If you're someone that's new and you enjoy the vibes of the channel, make sure you tap that subscribe button on YouTube or follow if you're watching on the Twitch side and come back again. I'm one of the most consistent content creators in the Pokemon Pocket space. You'll find videos every single day on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel, and you'll find me streaming here live Monday through Friday during the week. Usually we go live about 9:30 in the morning Central Cornfield time, and we stream till 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon. We do viewer-submitted decks a few days a week like we're playing today, and I play in a lot of the community tournaments. Real good to see off-meta decks in a competitive setting. That's not just random matches on the ladder. That's sort of the best places for that in the space. Who's your favorite Pokemon game growing up? I played a lot of Gen 2. As something of a millennial. Man, I have to actually play the game, Misty? Rude. Rude. Fighting Energy, Druidagod, probably Golem stuff. Opponent. Hello? Not gonna wait 2 minutes for them to time out. We'll just move along. We're gonna play Wiggly Eggs in the tournament this morning. And if that has a bad run, we'll play. We'll play the fish deck in the afternoon. Oh, Train, thanks for the 19 months. Articuno is exactly the droid we're looking for here. I think our ideal setup is like a Lapras, a Vaporeon, and then 2 Articunos to slide between. We're gonna play Wiggly Eggs in the first tournament this morning, look. Short of playing Charizard, I think Wiggly Eggs has the best Gyarados matchup you could get without a bench sniper. It's not an auto win by any means, but you're not just dead at the loading screen either. Is opponent playing Delmise without Superior? They must be, yeah? Is it just Articuno? I think it's Articuno. Can we take the knockout here? I'm supposed to wait on this last bench slot in case I draw another Articuno next turn. Because if I draw a second Articuno and this one lives the Celebi, I'll want to like leaf this back and then load up the new one with the washout effect. I started this 2 weeks ago. When was this game released? It had its soft launch the beginning of October, and it had its official launch the beginning of November last year. So we're a few months in. Yep, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Actually, we have Misty with Articuno. That's always the lead, yeah. Is this a viewer deck? That's what the title says. I mean, Celebi is objectively much better than Misty Articuno is. Looking at the stats, Celebi has had relatively consistent tournament success, especially since they optimized to be playing Executor EX. Whereas, like, Misty Articuno is something that saw some small amount of play, but it never had good results. Couple of scuffed on games there for sure. Fighting Energy Caterpie. Okay, I'm listening. If you'd like my concise thoughts about how Celebi and other things light up in the various deck tiers, I'd recommend you check out my recent tier list video. I give a pretty concise breakdown of exactly that. Past Jeff took the time to put his thoughts together. Present Jeff would forget some things. Oh, they're Butterfree Kabutops for just like max sustain. That's cute. Our deck actually doesn't have a singular big hitter. Is noteworthy. Thanks, Misty. Our opponent seemed like they wanted to be done playing the game. People always ask about when are they going to add a ranked ladder to this game, and really, truly, I don't think they understand what they're asking, because all a ranked ladder would do in Pokemon Pocket is it would make it Misty Articuno the game. Because, like, these decks aren't top tier, and they're not consistent enough to, like, win in tournaments regularly, but they're way more than good enough to play inside of ladders and win enough that you would go up. Because a key facet of a ladder isn't just winning, it's winning quickly. So, like, a deck like Misty Articuno that wins or loses in 2 to 3 minutes is way better for laddering than a deck like, you know, Mewtwo or Pikachu that's going to win a lot more, but it's also going to take a lot longer to win in terms of time commitment. Having a leaderboard for MMR would be decent. Games like this absolutely never give you a visible leaderboard for actual MMR, because displaying MMR in a visible way discourages people from playing the game, especially in games that have variance by design. Eventually, your players hit a point where their MMR is high enough that they lose MMR on average by playing more, so the optimal thing to do is not play and just sit on your rating. And again, the purpose of the systems in all of these games is to get people to play more, so explicitly designing a system in a way that makes it so you will be discouraged from playing the game under an optimal circumstance is not something they're ever going to spend time implementing. Which is why none of these games have truly skill-based ranking systems, right? The reason why Magic Arena and Marvel Snap and Hearthstone and Runeterra and others, their leaderboards are largely time-based, because if you make the leaderboards actually skill-based, people won't actually want to play the game at a certain point. They'll win enough, and then they'll just tap out. So it becomes no longer optimal to play, it becomes optimal to sit on your rating once you're high enough. Oh, we're going second? I don't need Lapras when going second. Can attack for 20 right away. How do viewer deck submissions work? There's a message pinned above both the YouTube and the Twitch chat with a link where you can send a tip to get your deck into the queue to be played for the day. When we're in a tournament, the viewer decks get played in between tournament rounds. When we're not in a tournament, we just play them in order. Everything gets played for at least 20 minutes, but things that are more reasonable get played for a longer period of time than things that are less reasonable. I'm surprised Magnemite's attacking here. I guess they get us low, but we are technically winning this race, yeah? So we're hoping to draw a copy of Leaf here, so we can switch to this and then move this energy up and crack for 80. Alas. Burn a Sabrina here. Spark damage on something. I assume the tiny line of text that says some Switch games won't be backwards compatible with the Switch 2 will probably be weird things like Ring Fit. Hey, Giggity. Thank you for the incredibly generous pile of biddies. Yeah, I'd love to play more. More Lumineon, Starmie. I should use Giggity's Biddies as an excuse to audible to playing Lumineon Starmie in the tournament today, shouldn't I? Just feeling like I should. We lose to Raichu Lieutenant Surge here, yeah? Alright, so that puts us to 100. Our lack of Leaf Seer is really sad. We do lose to double bench Pokemon here, is noteworthy. Because the Pikachu with double bench will be enough to clear us with weakness. Pretty likely dead here. As amusing as this deck has been with all our full arts, it's definitely felt like it's kind of a lesson in why Misty Articuno is ultimately not a very good or consistent deck. Power creep already. I mean, it was never good. The Misty Articuno deck never posted good results inside of tournaments. It's just, it had a high play rate because it's cheesy and people like being cheesy. Alright, I'm gonna use Giggity's Giant Pile of Biddies as an excuse to play the Lumineon deck inside of the tournament we're gonna play this morning. If we scrub it, we'll do Wiggly Eggs later, but on a play. On a play it. I'm gonna do one more with this and then we'll switch over. I love it so much. It's so good. It's been a while since I had a deck I enjoy grinding that much. I've been on the full-time content kick for a while, which like kind of demands you play a lot of different decks for the sake of variety. But like when I was playing tournament Magic constantly, my MO for tournament Magic was I would find an off-meta deck I really enjoyed and then just hammered it the entire season at every tournament I showed up to, optimizing it and learning the ins and outs. Court of Calling. Well, Court of Calling was a modern deck, so that's a little different. I'm talking about for standard tournaments. Think our opponent DC'd because they just didn't have a second card here. I think that's exactly what has occurred here. Man, gamers are like real big babies this morning. There's been a lot of salty disconnects.
Life. Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
Yeah, this is without a ranked mode too. Like, could you imagine if this game had a ranked mode, how often you'd be getting roped and disconnected like this, and people would be wasting your time? Like, people are this bitter over something that just like literally has nothing on the line. I just like, why not just go next? The game took 30 seconds of your time. If you had a really bad beat, just move on. Yeah, same, Tron. That's the one thing that gets me and makes me feel frustrated, is like when my opponent had me deterministically dead if they like had a Sabrina or had a Giovanni, but then they take 60 game actions and then end on the card that actually beats me. It's like, why wouldn't you just play the card that beat me first so I could move on with my life? It's like, it's okay that you got me, like that happens, but like, why did you waste a bunch of my time doing other stuff before playing the card that actually wins the game? I didn't unfollow people playing Snap on Twitter, and my Twitter timeline from people playing Snap for the last day is literally just people complaining about the feature location. I can't say that I miss having to deal with that. Like, it's truly baffling to me that the Snap designers choose to have their game be largely unplayable 2 days a week. And for people who aren't Marvel Snappers, think of a feature location as, imagine if 2 days a week, the game designers were like, hey, you're only gonna play mirror matches for 24 hours. A flying giraffe, thank you for the prime, I appreciate that. It's like truly one of the most baffling game design decisions I've ever seen out of a card game team. Yeah, it used to be 3 days a week, and they dialed it back a little bit at least. How do I burn one of these Sabrinas? Oh, I guess I died a weezing though too, yeah? Alright, we lost to weezing Scoliopeed. I guess it's time to spike this one into the trash can. We got 21 minutes till the tournament. I audibled to play the Lumineon deck because Giggity sent us a pile of biddies to do so. We'll play some games with it beforehand too. It's been a minute actually since I played it in the random queues. We've mostly just been jamming it in tournaments, so I haven't been playing it in between. We're going first, eh? They're a fire deck. Lumineon. Looking for a Starmie. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Against Blaine, it's probably let Fidian take one for the team and then set up Starmie to start clearing. Ooh, if we draw Lumineon or X-Speed, Farfetch plus Geo cracks the Vulpix next turn. So we have 3 live draws and 11 cards to clear their 50 HP starter. I do have a favorite set for Magic the Gathering. Return to Ravnica is the correct answer to that question. Do we redraw the Geo? Unlucky. If they have Ninetales here, a Giovanni or a Starmie, both let me clear this next turn still. Takes their energy for the turn as an investment to clear this. Maybe I'm supposed to put Farfetched up. Nah, we drew Starmie, it's fine. Opponent's cooked. This is why this deck is great, by the way, and Starmie's one of the best cards in the game. There's just so many games where you're just like, and we're done now? You're just not set up, and I'm gonna take a knockout point every turn for the rest of the game. Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. So like their hope here is that like Vulpix gets a tail whip, but if I draw a Giovanni, I still get the knockout next turn regardless. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, I talked about this in the highlight I posted for this yesterday of our tournament run with it, but I truly think Starmie EX is the best card in this game right now that's just not a part of a top tier deck. This deck feels real close. It just doesn't have the play rate to call it part of the top of the meta. This is definitely the most powerful feeling Starmie deck I've played. Rip. Hey, hit the basic we were looking for. Let's play these friends out. Just looking for a Giovanni to clear this out next turn. High probability they have High probability they have Ninetales here. It's a shame that they both had first energy advantage, and we bricked on both Misties. And that's what she does in this deck. She gives us a chance to steal that first energy advantage back, but obviously it doesn't always play out that way for you. Two Starmies, two Professors Research, and a Dream. We'll put Star U up here as our active, so if we top deck Starmie, we win. Yeah, just draw Starmie is good. Professor's Research and a Dream, gamers. Problem with this retreat is there's a high probability they're on Sabrina here. That being said, if they brick on drawing a basic next turn, even if they Sabrina us, Giovanni lets the duck clear this. Rip. I think that probably means we're dead. Just hit the mix of things I needed. The problem here is they're just so likely to have the evolution here. We're in trouble from there. What's our hope here? We draw Star U into Star B. Just two 1-ofs and 8 cards, pretty unlikely. And even then, we're dead to Rapidash Blaine, guaranteed. You're saying there's a chance. Maybe they don't have Rapidash and Blade, says Local Man, knowing the opponent's been bricking on basics. They're so likely to have a combination of non-basic cards here. They have an anti-basics. Alright, coin flip, and then we hit the 1 and 4 to draw Starmie. Rats. Pretty happy with my play there. I don't think there was anything else we could do with the position we were in. We survived quite long and got pretty far. Needed a Starmie suitor or needed a Giovanni suitor to win the game on the spot to start. I've seen people playing variations of the deck that we're playing without 2 copies of Giovanni. I've seen some playing it with none. I think that's such an incredible mistake. There's so many times. Yeah, the Misty hit would have also done it for us, is true. There's so many times where it's just like Giovanni wins the game by a lot. All right, we can take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We're going to play this deck for the next few minutes up until the tournament. We're going to run it back in there as well. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Hope your Thursday's going well. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It's a free little bit of engagement that helps promote the content on the platform. Algorithm loves your engagement. I like the way this deck lays out in the deck editor. It ends up putting the 2 single tins, the left and right, on the bottom of the trader supply. Makes my brain happy from a symmetry perspective. I mean, the X speed wasn't relevant, Duck Doolittle, which is why I made the play that I did. We were at a point in the game where we just, like, had plenty of energy. At no point was the amount of energy we had available a concern in that game. Tournament starts in 10 minutes, 5 after the top of the hour. Oh, Niv, I think I missed your gift sub. Thank you for that. Apologies. Evil, thank you for the 1.5 years. Appreciate you keeping me around. Good to have you back for another month. Lumineon Pidgeot EX with Flute. That's cute. You need a lead that can take damage though, right? So you just like play it with Drudigon, I guess? Just so many Pokemon slots. Like a stage 2 and a stage 1 in the same deck is infinite. And then you're like trying to find room for a bad card like Flute too. Far-fetched here. We have first energy advantage, so we get to get Quacked right away. Yeah. The Ducks quack, chat. Looked at their silly opener, was like, nope, can't ever beat a duck. Metal Energy Lead Froakie. Is our opponent cooking or baked? Yeah, I take that as a submission right now. We have all our basics and stage ones. And Misty and Giovanni to boot. Farfetch'd is so good into lead Froakie because Frogadair only has 80, so you still clean it out. I'd be really disappointed if they don't raise the level cap in the new set. It's really silly that it hasn't happened yet. Alright, if this Misty hits heads, Lumineon gets to snipe the Froakie. The level cap is 50. You stop earning account experience. Yeah, I think that Misty Head's actually just the entire game. Okay, good luck, Godspeed. You can't play out bench Pokemon anymore. We're a bully, we are. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lead Duck is scary. Lead Duck means that if they have Giovanni, our what's it called, goes down. Is the Blaine deck still relevant? Asking is the Blaine deck still relevant is what we call a loaded question. It comes with the implication that there was a point in the past where the Blaine deck was relevant to begin with. So, the Blaine deck is not currently good, nor has it ever been in Pokemon Pocket's brief history. You make a guide on a properly used Pokemon that can attack bench Pokemon. No, generic strategy stuff like that doesn't tend to perform well on YouTube, and it's also a lot of work to make. So spending a lot of effort to make something that performs poorly is generally speaking not a good use of time. Is that a good one, Gibbers? I'm gonna leave the Phidian unevolved for now because I want the option to attack with Water Gun potentially. Notable breakpoint here is that Starmie EX does not die to Ninetales plus Blade. It does die to Rapidash Heads Blade, but them putting Rapidash up here means we get to clean it out and don't have to worry about that. They don't have enough time to set up a, they don't have enough time to set up a Sabrina win here. Tournament starts in 1 minute. Even if they hit heads on Tail Wag here, I have Giovanni with Duck to win the game next turn. Alright, my dashboard says the tournament is about to start, so I'll throw the deck list up and vibe for a second while we wait for our round 1 pairing. We are playing against a Brew in this first round. They are playing Blastoise EX, Baby Lapras, and 2 copies of Farfetch'd. No, I'm very confident you want 2 Dex Fooder, or 2 Ducks Fooder. I like these 20 cards a lot after playing more. That sounds like a deck that really relies on Misty to win. Yeah, most likely. I don't know. I guess Farfetch pumps out some damage without it. They notably don't have any copies of Leaf. They're just on X speed, so Lapras retreat's a little steep. Fast Starmie's probably absurd here. They notably don't have any copies of Giovanni either, which means I don't have to worry about their Farfetch clearing my Staryu on the first turn, which is nice. They have 2 potions for a little sustain, though. As always, we pay a little bit less attention to chat while the tournament rounds are going so I can stay focused, behave, or the mods will bonk you. First energy advantage is pretty good for them. I think I'm going to open on Staryu. So that way, if they open Duck, I can switch off of Staryu to Duck their Duck first. It always feels so bad to lose your Misty Flip when you also lost first energy advantage. Basically just starting the game with 2 tails. So atrocious. I think anybody suggesting changes to any of the cards in this deck, my answer is I wouldn't make any changes. I like all 20 cards I'm playing. I've considered all the possibilities, and I think they're all worse than the cards I'm currently doing. That heads basically lets my Misty act as an X speed here for us, which is not terrible. Again, it means our Duck gets to kill their Duck first. If they have Blastoise on curve, we could be in trouble if we don't draw Starmie. I'll see them switch to Lapras here. They're gonna give up a point. It's a good draw. I think I'm gonna crack this for 40 and then put an energy on the fish, so I can threaten this this War Turtle. They notably don't have any copies of Leaf, and they have 1 more copy of X Speed, so they're gonna have to like put an energy on this and use their other X Speed to get it out, or hit on a bunch of Misties. So putting pressure on their Blastoise sounds great here. Yeah, no red card from our opponent. We don't need to play the Lumineon out. They could probably infer that we have it from that energy attachment, but They don't really have an option to maneuver around it. So the goal here is to hit this twice and then draw Starmie, so that way we can clean it with this in one shot on the backswing. And this is kind of how you approach the Gyarados matchup with this deck as well. You soften up their big EX with Lumineon hits. If they have their other X speed this turn, they could go energy X speed back to this and then crack this, but I still get to mark 50 more on this before it dies, which I think is enough considering this Blastoise only has 2 energy on it at this point. Just want to chew the Blastoise enough that it goes down in 1 to Starmie. They do have 2 copies of Potion, is relevant, yeah. Haven't played any yet. The 2 copies of Potion might mean I want to mark another 50 on here. But they high roll here could be the game. Nope. What if I clear the duck this turn, so that way they can't switch to it and knock out the Lumineon without putting a Blastoise up? I think I like that. I think I like that. Oh, you know what? I messed up here. I should have put this energy on this Staryu, because this Blastoise is going to do... No, I guess it doesn't matter. I'm going to have trouble through a potion here, I think. Or maybe not. I have to hit this other back one because of... because of the double potion. I need to set up that 2 Starmie hits can clear either of these. It's like the TLDR. Then putting the second energy on Lapras would imply that they're retreating at this turn, which I think is good for me. They're through both their Misties, so that's not a factor anymore. Okay, so that was just a mistake then on their part. So now... Fuck me. I think it's put this up. I can redecide next turn. I can shuffle with the free retreat cost. How do I win from here? Did I need to Farfetch this turn? I think it's this. I need them to not put Blastoise up and deal 100 to my Starmie right away. I need my Starmie to be in a position where it lives, it takes a hit, and then does the next thing. Just as a general reminder, because I'm sure someone in chat's going to suggest it, Lumineon's bench attack does not get powered up by Giovanni, so I can't clear this and then use Lumineon with Giovanni to clear Farfetch'd. That's not an option. Wait, we're double potioning the Lapras? That's gotta be wrong, right? So now I do this, and I tap this, and then all of their backline dies in one to this. They have no copies of Sabrina in their deck. So now I put an energy here. I hit this. They go third energy, clear this. I clear this. They go fourth energy, can't knock this out, and then they die. Yeah, I think them spending their 2 potions there means we're done. So they take second knockout point. They have no Sabrinas in their deck, and they're through both their potions. I believe that's checkmate. They're through both their Misties as well, so they can't hit heads on a Misty and Hydro Bazooka me in advance. So we let them take the fish with the duck. The Starmie takes the duck. The Starmie takes a hit from something and lives, and then the Starmie takes the third knockout point. What's that? It's mate in 3. Or mate in 2 turns for us, I should say. Yeah, the opponent maneuvered this game really well. There was a lot of back and forth here. Optimal to do. They're through both their copies of Misty. There's no way for them to get extra damage here. Oh, wait, do they have another Lapras? They have another Lapras, but I have a Geo, so we're good. Technically. Oh yeah, they know we have our whole thing. They know we have our whole deck. How do you feel about other content creators using decks that you showcase? I make sure that I own all of the rights to every deck that I showcase on my stream and my YouTube video. And if you see anybody else playing my decks, you let me know so my lawyers can be sent out to take appropriate action right away. You wouldn't download a card, don't download a deck. Net decking is stealing. The idea of deck ownership is so freaking stupid, video gamers. Like, sure, I innovated figuring out that Farfetch'd is probably the ideal third line in this deck, but like, putting Starmie and Lumineon together is pretty far from innovative. It's a pretty obvious duh moment. It's very... No red card. No red card, no Sabrina, no reason to play this other duck out just yet. Turn my space heater on and sit down for a little bit. It's getting cold. You get a Staryu or a Lumineon here. But we have first energy advantage this game, so it's not bad. It's the temperature up there. We had a high of 3 yesterday. It's warmed up a little bit today. It's gonna get up to like mid-20s, I believe. Put this energy on here so that way, gonna have what's it called ready to go next turn, potentially Lumineon. I'm gonna put this other Farfetch'd out because if they put their duck up and crack my duck, I'm gonna put the duck up and duck their duck. They can have one of their 2 X speeds here. There's also a possibility that I was supposed to like X speed this one out and put this up so that way they can't duck by duck, but if we draw Lumineon next turn, they'll need double Potion War Turtle to keep this alive. That's a big draw, gamers. I think I'm gonna X-speed this Farfetch'd out, so that way if I draw Staryu, I can keep the energy on here and get that powered up right away. Just to make a general comment, because it comes up in spots like this where people say it, because it's like, they think it's a funny joke, but I'd really prefer if we could avoid using, like, duck-on-duck violence or Pokemon-on-Pokemon violence. It has incredibly racist undertones. So don't use it in general, but I'd really ask that we don't do it in my spaces. Thank you. And I'm sure some of you aren't using it maliciously and you don't intend it that way, but the origins of that are really not great. I think we're actually just supposed to crack this other Squirtle here, just so they don't have, like, the odds of them having War Turtle and Blastoise in hand are quite high. And I guess there's a chance they have double War Turtle here, but I think it's right to split the difference here. No, I think they have the War Turtle, they just wanted to set up the other one. But they need double potion along with the War Turtle to have their War Turtle survive a Lumineon hit next turn. Really need to start you to take this game fully over. Do I Sabrina and take my first knockout? Or do I just, like, Farfetch their Farfetched? There's so many permutations this turn. It's like, do I play the Finian and put an energy on it? I think I duck their duck. And honestly, I think there's merit to ducking their duck with the 20.1. So that way, when they take the knockout point back, I can play a Staryu next turn. I think I'm supposed to do this and then give the knockout up, so that way I can play Staryu and get an energy on it next turn if I draw. Because there's 2 Staryus, 2 Pokeballs, and a Research and 8 cards here. All right, here's the War Turtle. They find the 2 potions. There's only 3 cards left in their deck, so there's a chance they have 2 potions for this Blastoise here. Yeah, another Lumineon is a fine draw as well. So that's both their potions. I don't have any knockout points, though, is the issue. I think we're actually in trouble without the Starmie. We always put the Lumineon up here because it retreats for free. I think it's I duck their duck, and then if they put Blastoise up to clear mine, my Starmie clears their Blastoise so long as they don't have a Misty Heads. They do have one more Misty. So this game could come down to that. Because they put this up, they energy, they Blastoise for 100. And then I go Starmie, crack you for 90, and then they only have 4 energy next turn unless they hit heads on Misty. It comes down to a Misty Heads here. Am I supposed to research? Does Giovanni change any breakpoints? It doesn't, right? It's 70 versus 80, which doesn't matter. Yeah, both their potions are used. We could Sabrina a second point, and then Fish would secure a third point. That still loses to a Misty Heads, though, yeah? Oh! Oh my gosh, that would have played around second Blastoise. I'm actually dead. I'm actually dead regardless of the Misty Flip. The Sabrina into Lumineon. Okay, the Misty Flip means we lost either way. But I was actually dead regardless of this Misty Flip with the second Blastoise, and I wouldn't have been if I would have Sabrina'd into Lumineon. If I would have Sabrina'd into Lumineon, if I would have Sabrina'd, Starmie takes the knockout, and then if they brick on the Misty, we would with the Lumineon the following turn. So I messed that up. They hit heads on Misty, so it didn't matter. But I would have beaten second Blastoise with the Sabrina line. Alright, game 3. It's been a 6 set of games. Good back and forth. Oh, they're having first energy advantages so hard. What would Lumineon have killed after they evolved? Oh, I guess you're right. I guess they give me the Lapras and then I still die. Okay. Okay. Is there a Starmie in our next 3 cards? I'm surprised that regular Lapras is seeing play. Our opponent's deck is having good games against ours, but it is very much not an established deck and it has no results. Maybe our opponent's going to spike this tournament and post a first result with it, but it is worth noting that the opponent's deck is an incredibly unknown facet. It is not a established meta deck, or even a singular result posted. If we find the Starmie, the game is over. If we don't find a basic, the game is over in the other way. So, here's hoping for a Starmie, or at the very least a basic. We've got 3 draws. We did not hit what we were looking for, but we didn't hit the failure rate either, so we got that going for us. Feels like there's so much nuance with this deck, the lines are crazy. Yeah, that's why I enjoy playing it. Ton of permutations. Yeah, if they have Blastoise on curve, we're probably dead if we don't find our evolutions. I think it's this. That's the game. That's the game. Lock Ravencroft, thank you for the 41 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. They were hoping we did not have this combination of cards, and we do. Incredibly nail-biting. Incredibly nail-biting first two. This one should be a runaway. And that really highlights why I've fallen in love with this deck, is you have games like those first two that are... You have games like those first two where there's a ton of incredibly deep decisions and you go back and forth. And then you also have games like that last one where you're just like, beep, beep, pop in my Starmie Jeep and run you over. So it feels like you have the chance to be in every game that you play, but also like you have some ones where you just get those free wins because your cards are powerful. All right, that match was really long. There's actually only 3 minutes left in the round, so we're gonna run our Twitch ads. We'll tap one on YouTube as well. Remember to tap the like button if you're enjoying the stream. We're not gonna play anything in between. I need a breather after that set, I think. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you missed this deck list, I've highlighted it a couple times the last week. We'll throw it up on screen now. I think this is one of the best decks that doesn't have a high play rate in Pokemon Pocket right now. It's also pretty difficult to play, as you saw from all those decisions we have in those games. Like, the games where you don't get your free wins, there's a lot to think about. We did beat Blastoise, yep. Yeah, Adam, that's how I get better, just like the rest of you get better too. Gotta be thinking critically about what's going on. Looks like we got about 200 people playing this morning. There were 109 matches paired in the first round. Just like casual, random Thursday morning, 200 people playing in a tournament. This game's got such an incredible competitive scene. Forklift, thank you for the gifted subs. It's super generous. I appreciate the support. Doritos, thank you for the over a year and a half. Welcome back. Let's take a look at the tournament metagame while we're chilling, huh? So like I said, we got about a little over 200 people playing this morning. Nothing super high represented. Mewtwo at 13%. Gyarados, Greninja at about 13%. Celebi combination's actually the most popular here when we put them together, right? I guess they're right about the same as Mewtwo. About 13% for all of these when you combine the worst version with the better one. Pikachu. There are some Pika variations. There's this 3% Pika down here, so this is about 10% when you put all said and done. Moltres variations about 8%. I like our Charizard matchup. I don't love our Arcanine matchup. Primeape Aerodactyl's another one we're looking to dodge as well. I'd say among the decks that are popular, the things that the Starmie deck doesn't really want to play against are Arcanine and Aerodactyl. It's about 8% of the format combined, so hopefully we can dodge those. Oh, there is Charizard Arcanine down here too. That's true. Yeah, it's a fourth one if you just like glump Moltres decks together. It's like 10-ish% Mewtwo, 10-ish% Gyarados, 10-ish% Celebi, 10-ish% Pika, 10-ish% Charizard. That's such an impressive spread of different types that are all pretty representative and competitive. Sarge Smith, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. I appreciate the support. Thoughts on that last matchup that you played? I would expect the games where they have fast Blastoise are good for them, and the games where they don't are good for us. But their odds of having fast Blastoise are pretty low, because Stage 2 Pokemon are pretty inconsistent. Are there any instances of pocket tournaments where players bring multiple decks? There have been some of them, but I don't play in any of them. I think multi-deck is pretty boring. Yo, so we've got our second round up here. We got Gyarados Greninja. That's a good one for us. Why do you think the Conquest format with multiple decks per player is boring? Because it's difficult to brew one competitive deck in a game. It's basically impossible to brew 3 competitive decks. So when you are required to bring 3 different decks to a tournament, people basically always default to playing 1 or 2 stock meta decks. So while multi-deck tournament formats make it so you don't have to watch the exact same mirror match multiple games in a row, they actually result in way more people bringing stock tier 1 decks because you can't brew that many things. Did you feel similarly about multi-format tournaments in Magic? No, that's different because there's 3 people, Bob, and there's not like pick ban nonsense going on. It's very different when it's multiple formats, not 3 decks in the same format. William, thank you for the super generous super chat. Our opponent is playing the stock Gyarados Greninja deck. 12 Pokemon, 8 Trainers, 2 Misty, 2 Leaf. We're obviously looking for our Lumineons ASAP in this matchup. North, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. As always, I'm going to be a little bit less focused on chat while I'm playing the tournament round so I can stay focused. Behave or the mods will bonk you. I would love a sideboard, side deck style format for Pocket, but mainline Pokemon TC doesn't do that, so I would expect that'll never be implemented. But I'm an old Magic the Gathering player. I'm very partial to sideboards. I'm gonna open on research here and see where we go. That's a Lumineon. Okay, so X speed or Starmie, and then Misty hits, and this can snipe. So three hits plus a coin flip to make that possible. So we're 1 in 4, and then a 50%er. So we're 1 in 8 to run them over here. They have a Misty of their own. I guess I could also hit double heads on Misty. Adiba, that's all, folks. I mean, I guess they could spike the quick Greninja here, but short of quick Greninja, they're gonna be in trouble. Even if they have quick Greninja, if I draw Starmie, we'll be ahead. This is not a guaranteed good game. Just again, we're ahead. This is not done. Them playing out Drudagod makes our Sabrina live though, which is nice. Them playing out Drudagod actually makes it more likely that we win the game. So I get to do this now, and then Aqualiner the Faruki this turn. Yeah, no evolution also solid for us. It increases the likelihood they have Leaf in hand, though. My opponent forgot to click the check-in button on Limitless, despite me reminding them to do so. Geovine does not work with Lumineon, no. It explicitly is attack for active into opponent's active. Oh my goodness. And of course they're sitting here playing this game out. What's funny is if they would have retreated this game where they're deterministically dead, they would notice that they're missing the check-in. And instead now we're gonna have to call a judge because they missed the check-in. Yeah, this is can't lose state when we draw the Starmie. What a time waster. Video gamers or something else. Okay, we'll win by kicking the fish on principle, sure. It's also the least amount of clicks. Opening on Finian is lovely, especially with first energy advantage. One of the things to be aware of if you haven't seen me play the Gyarados matchup with this deck before, unlike when you're Hitmonleeing the Magikarp, they're regularly going to evolve into Gyarados in this matchup unless you have a crazy game like that first one where you hit heads with Misty while you're going first. The way you win this matchup, and the reason why it's good, is because Lumineon dealing 50 twice to Gyarados means that Starmie clears the Gyarados after it moves to the active spot. So it's actually rare that you clear the Magikarp before they evolve, but you still have a good matchup here the way your breakpoints line up into theirs. I got a 3-pack of shirts from Into the AM with the gift card. The best feeling shirts I've ever worn. They make great products. Glad you like them, Brisky. They're, Into the AM is actually going to be one of our 2 sponsors I've got locked in for the upcoming Hoaglandia tournament on February 1st. We're going to have 500 USD worth of gift cards from them to give out to competitors in the tournament and some door prizes. I think it's energy here despite having the Starmie. Just because we're pretty likely to find Lumineon next turn. 3 looks at 11 cards. $500 a lot. I've secured over 1,500 USD worth of prizing between sponsored product and cash for the tournament on the 1st. Sign-ups for that are going to open tomorrow morning. It'll be just after the new set releases. Wait, they put the energy on the Magic Carp without having the Gyarados here? That's so ambitious. Yes, the tournament will be run on Limitless. Gosh, it's unfortunate we can't punish them. It's possible I'm supposed to duck clear the Froakie, but that just puts me so far behind. It means I guess I could have X-sped. Maybe I'm supposed to X-speed. So this is something you do a lot. One of the reasons why Farfetch'd is good in this deck. Oh, I didn't need to X speed. I'm so dumb. That could cost me. I'm just talking. I was talking and clicking. I should have done this. We're gonna soften this with this so Starmie can finish it. They have no Sabrinas or anything, and they're not threatening, so I don't need to put this up here. They have no Sabrina. I'm probably supposed to Misty. Why not take out Carp? Because Carp's not currently their win condition. Their win condition is this Greninja. They're three turns away from attacking with this. They're 4 turns away if they put an energy on here. And if they put the energy on here next turn instead of doing this, I can always put the Lumineon up and start pressuring it. But I assume they're putting an energy on here and taking this knockout. So one of the differences, someone asked me in the video the other day, like, how would you play this deck differently if you don't know the deck list you're playing into? So like, an example here is, if this wasn't open deck list, I would play the second Farfetch to play around a Sabrina in this instance. But because it's open deck list, I can leave that bench slot open. It's really little things like that change an open deck list versus not. I wouldn't hold the Starmie evolution, because they could be on red card in the random queue. So your games ultimately end up playing out a little bit different, but you bleed a little bit of information when you don't know exactly what you're playing into. You have to give up information equity to play around cards your opponent may or may not have. All right, so we're done here with the Lumineon then. I'm gonna declare can't lose. If they would have had Gyarados, they could have put Gyarados and then high rolled a Misty to beat us, but without Gyarados, high roll Misty, we just clean this out. We're done here. They don't have any potions, and if they put a Frogadier here next turn, they're still dead to the Lumineon. Match went just like you drew it up. Not exactly. Ideally, you have Lumineon earlier. But yeah, this is one of the permutations you play out where you win. This is our good matchup. This is the, if you're like, Jeff, which of the top popular decks do you want to play against a bunch? Gyarados is the answer. I think this match puts me to like 7-0 or 8-0 against Gyarados with this deck in tournaments the last week and a half. It's a matchup that is incredibly in our favor. Do we have any viewer decks waiting to be played? I don't think we do at this point. If you're enjoying the content... Oh, I have one from Rhino. I do. Look at that. Okay, so we have 20 minutes till the next tournament round pops. So we're going to do some brewing on a viewer deck in between and play that. And we'll be playing more Lumineon. We're now 2-0 in this tournament. Does open deck list require them to specify which entity you're playing? It does not. We actually didn't need a judge. The check-in didn't auto-lose them, so it was fine. Have you thought about changing your stream layout? You mean like playing like this full-time? No, I think my stream layout is much better than the people that just have their layout like this all the time. I think having Pokemon Pocket take up less than half the screen when you're here to watch the gameplay is very silly. Ideally, we'll get a full widescreen variation at some point, but my overlay literally makes the most of the screen be the actual game. And I'm sure it annoys some people, but I would be more annoyed watching a little tiny screen. What about one long strip down the center? Yeah. Yeah, if you're interested in submitting a viewer deck, there's links pinned above both the Twitch and YouTube chat. It's a $10 tip for YouTube members or Twitch subs. It is a $20 tip otherwise. For those of you that are bad at math, it does mean it's cheaper to sub or become a member and submit one, but who am I to tell you how to spend your money? All right, what is our third Pokemon line in this pile? So the request is play Lumineon with Pidgeot EX because they both like Pokeflute. All right, favorite decks to play. The Lumineon Starmie deck is my absolute addiction right now. I've been playing a ton of it. Is it Duck? Do I want Duck or do I want something that stalls? Farfetch can get basics in the bin quicker. That's true, honestly. I like the idea of Duck. Yeah, we're 2-0 in our tournament we're playing today. They fed us Gyarados Greninja in the first round. Farfetch with Lumineon is pretty solid in general. I probably want a Geo with the Farfetch'd. Or aggression is good. Hey, Dradudoshi, thank you for the tip. I have space to take, let's say, like 2 or 3 more submissions, but keep in mind they're going to be a little bit slower to get played because we're going to be playing them in between tournament rounds. Sabrina with Flute and Lumineon. Yeah, that's probably true. Can I get away with just 1 X speed? Since Lumineon has a free retreat, maybe? A Spaney, thank you for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. Something with Victory Bell, sure. Victor Bell Executor is solid. Can do some of that. One flute. I mean, 2 flutes is probably wrong, but any flutes is likely wrong as the answer, so if we're gonna commit, we might as well commit all the way. Is the extra Sabrina better than the Geo? Nah, Geo's pretty good. Can we only recommend 2 Pokemon lines? I was thinking of 4. If they're all basics, I would accept 4. But generally speaking, 4 Pokemon lines is not correct to play. All basics it could be. Hey, back. Thanks for the tip. Tentacruel, Sandal, and Trudagon. So, Beck, I think you might have missed it yesterday. I actually played that deck the other day, and it was pretty atrocious. I don't think I'm interested in revisiting it. I felt real clunky and bad. If you got something else, I'll take it. Otherwise, I can send you a refund after the stream. Caterpie with Psychic Energy. Alright, you have my attention. Salandit Weezing. Yeah, we could do that. Sounds very reasonable. Psychic Energy Venusaur. I guess Venusaur is colorless energy in its attack, right? Is technically the case. Or Mew, one in the deck editor. Yeah, that's probably it. This is probably a Ralph Wiggum deck editor situation. Man, Lumineon's pretty good at Venusaur trying to set up here too, huh? If they have a Butterfree here, my Lumineon's effectively only dealing 30 per turn, which is kind of a big deal. Especially if they have an Erica or 2 in the mix. Yeah, it could be in trouble here. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be able to win this from here. We didn't have an appropriate amount of aggression to start. Our deck doesn't have big, heavy hitters. Yeah, with the grass energy on top, if they have X speed here, they just like switch in and Razor Leaf us, and then I can't Aqualighter them anymore. Classic case of they had both stage 2s on curve and we don't have ours. Yeah, that's definitely something that's going on here too. I mean, even if I had by stage 2, it's not like it's winning us the game, right? Like, it's here now, but They're healing 50 per turn, and I'm only going to deal 100. And they're also dealing 100. Venusaur really feels like one of Pokemon Pocket's pub stompers. It's just absolutely unplayable trash against every good deck because they either run you down aggressively or have a big attacker that doesn't care about their sustain. But, like, it's so good against all of these, like, little scrappy attackers that a lot of, like, the B and B- tier decks like playing. Why is Arcanine a bad matchup for Starmie? Because they usually play 2 Giovannis, which lets them clear you in 1. Them playing the Caterpie out of their bench is theoretically good for us. It lets our, what's it called? Hit for more. I still haven't drawn a flute is the problem. I have 2 flutes to toot in the bottom, though. Do I kill the Caterpie? I ought to kill the Caterpie. It means that this way, if they have the other Metapod into Butterfree, they can't run us down. I think a Brextious variation of Lumineon Starmie is worth looking into. Absolutely not. I am very confident that the 20 cards for Lumineon Starmie I am playing are the best way to play that deck. Would not play other cards. Yeah, even if I draw a flute, I deal 120, which puts them to 70, and they just heal for 50. Oh, I guess I deal 1... Okay, if I draw a flute, we technically are winning this race, sans another Erica happening, or a potion. They probably have both those cards in their deck. All right, let's toot the flute, gamers. One of your finest tooty flutes. Rudiest, tootiest, flutiest. They're going to 110. And there's the second Erica. We're done here. Like I said, Pub Stopper are very polarizingly good in decks like this. Let's go ahead. We gotta take a pause for our cause and let some adverts roll. We got 8 minutes till the third round of the tournament pairs where we are 2-0. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be playing some viewer deck submissions in the meantime, in between time, and Lumineon Starmie in the tournament. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It's a free little bit of engagement that helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the 313 people that have done that already. Thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Is Pub Stopper a reference to another game? It was a term used among competitive shooters when I played them as a child. Where like you were good against people playing in public servers, but when you played any real type of competitive thing, you just got like your stuff pushed in. I grew up playing Counter-Strike 1.5, 1.6, and Source. Or my twitchy shooters as a teenager. It's a term that got thrown around back then. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you see there's a lot of Pub Stomper energy in YouTube clickbait. People will be like, I won 5 matches in a row in the random queue. My deck's busted. Win streak huge. And then, like, you see the deck list get played at an actual tournament in the competitive setting with, like, better players and best of 3 and higher quality decks. And it just gets absolutely stopped and destroyed and is not remotely competitive. Because the difference in... It's not even just the quality of player, but I would wager the quality of focus, too. Like, when you're playing against someone in a tournament round, it's far more likely that they're actually focused on the game, as opposed to just, like, doing something else at the same time. And I'm sure there's people playing tournaments that are a little bit distracted sometimes, too, but I think it's less likely. Thank you for the delivery, my son. We are playing a Pidgeot Lumineon deck with a Farfetch'd in it. Pidgeot? That's the big bird.
Yes. What does he mean?
Pidgeot does more damage for every Pokemon on your opponent's bench.
What does Liviot do?
Lumineon attacks Pokemon on the opponent's bench.
Got it.
Don't forget to close my door, dude. Thanks for the delivery. Porygon Gaming. You want my called shot for the next set, chat? If we get a remotely playable Porygon 2, this card's gonna be popular. It's this close to being good enough with, like, Pokeballs and stuff and, like, Slab in some places. We get a reasonable evolution. It's gonna be real good. Alright, they put Staryu up. Oh, they have Starmie right away. That makes sense. And this is why Starmie EX is so good, right? Like, my deck's just kind of mid and inconsistent, and they have a fast Starmie, and I missed on my stage 1, so, like, I just kind of can't ever win the game from here. Maybe we draw my stage 1 next turn. Maybe, and then we have a shot. Alright, and when I fail to draw the stage 1 this turn, we're just dead. I don't know what the opponent's deck is trying to do, but it played a Starmie, and that was enough to win the game. Yeah, I guess they're, like, playing Slab to put cards they don't want to draw on the bottom. Maybe they have, like, a random copy of Mew. That's cute, I guess. Seems bad, but it's cute. All right, I get to play 2 basics out here at least. Okay, and I get to X speed into Farfetch to get my hand down even smaller to make this chat out even worse. And get Kraken here. Get Quack-a-lackin'. I mean, I think it's a given that the Switch 2 is going to be more powerful than the Switch 1. The Switch 1 is such a slow piece of hardware. Getting faster than that is really pretty easy in today's environment. Tournament round has paired. We have another Gyarados Greninja opponent. That was almost a disaster all I'm trying to eat. Skewed with the viewer deck. That would be bad. As always, would love first energy advantage, would settle for a Misty Head, so. It's not the droid we're looking for. That's the droid we're looking for. I think I leave this one in hand for now. No Sabrina, no red card. This is a good example of the squeeze you put this Gyarados deck in. There are draws that don't eat it to Lumineon, eat it to Starmie and Farfetch typically. What was on the toast? Jelly. Sourdough toast, a little strawberry jam. Double Farfetch as our opener is not ideal, but maybe they won't have Drudagon. Alas. Pokeball plus research is a pretty solid. We're going to see some cards, though. Double Pokeball research. Opponent's going to see some cards. We can beat their best draws. We just need we need Lumineon and Starmie to do it. Not an ideal start for us. Big fish. This is 66% to be the one we're looking for. Those games, sometimes that's just how it goes. Likely too little too late. Maybe they won't have a copy of Leaf. If they don't have a copy of Leaf, we have a path to victory here. So the path to victory, if they're missing Leaf, is we get to go Lumineon, hit this for 50 down to 130. They come up and they crack this, and then we crack this down to 90, and then Starmie clears. None of that works if they have Leaf, though. This is why you play best of 3, so you can mitigate the variance. Bad beats happen. Let's play game 3 here, try and play it well. First energy advantage is nice. Farfetch to lead is less nice. especially into their Drudagon lead. We have research, though. Sabrina could be good, too. If they, like, only have Magikarp and don't have another basic, Sabrina Duck can get them. I have Pokeball research to start. And second Drudagon. Maybe they won't have Carp on one. They don't have Carp on one. That's so good for us. Oh, 6 basics later. I'll work their Gyarados for one more turn here. They could also have the Gyarados and just be sandbagging it because they get a 1-turn notice before the Finian happens. I'm taking this knockout here because we have Sabrina in hand, so we can force the Magikarp back to the back. So you're saying there's a chance. Okay. Alright, so Starmie's lethal, but Sabrina still leaves us in a pretty good spot. They have to have their second copy of Leaf to get the Greninja back into the active spot. They're just dead to Starmie at any point with the Giovannis. Oh man. I have to draw Starmie now. 2 Starmies and a research and 7 cards. Tough beat. Sometimes Your opponent's incredibly lucky 2 games in a row. There's nothing to learn there, unfortunately. Sometimes you walk away and you can do some reflection at the end. Sometimes there's nothing to reflect on. Basically didn't get to play the game 2 games in a row. I'm gonna be honest, the person I just timed out who said those games happen a bunch, I'm now like 7-1 in the Gyarados matchup. So if you think those types of games that you're losing where there's nothing you can do happen a bunch with the deck, you're bad. And you're just not good enough to understand the mistakes that you're making. It's gonna happen sometimes, but like the idea that it happens all the time is very, very nonsensical. It's you refusing to take accountability for your actions and decisions. See, also negativity bias, yeah. He got banned. I got a 10-minute timeout for being annoying. This one is feeling like a bare minimum viewer submission. I don't know that. We're gonna win many games here. Pokeflute is both very mediocre, and Pidgeot is way less consistent than trying to Starmie people. Or just into this Gengar, yeah. Hey, you played the round very well then. I think your potion usage in that first game hugs, but I think that did end up costing you. So we got news about, we actually looked it up to this morning. We got news about the mini set 4 days before it actually released. So I would expect 4 days to a week for a heads up on the next set, which would mean we should get news like the 23rd, 24th, 25th. I mean, I'll play a stock good deck for the minimum deck submission. Just, if you submit a stock good deck that's boring like Gyarados, you should expect the minimum of 20 minutes for your $10 tip or whatever. If you submit a more interesting good deck, like the fighting deck or Pikachu, we'd give it a good solid session, but the Gyarados deck is, like, pretty equivalent to watching paint dry. Its lines are so straightforward and boring on average. I have both my evolutions here, which is nice. You think the old school Articuno Starmie deck is still decent? So that's what we refer to as a loaded question in the biz, because your question asking, is it still decent, expects me to agree with you that it was decent at one point. So, Articuno Starmie last season is something that people complained a lot about because Misty is a high variance card in that deck that feels bad to play against. But at no point during the previous season was, Articuno Starmie a competitive top tier deck. It spiked occasional results because there were a number of people playing it, but its win rates were pretty consistently mediocre and bad in the competitive settings. Hey, Pat. I need to check stream elements. I have to manually refresh their thing when the tips come through. Did get that one. Gyarados Chatot fossils. All right, sure. We'll see how that one goes. And I'm gonna go ahead and close deck submissions with that one because we've got a few waiting to be played, and we're only playing them in between tournament rounds. So. Sure, we don't get ones that I can't play today. Is there a plan to expand decks? By expand decks, do you mean have more cards in the decks? If not, no, I'd be shocked if that was the case. Hey, thanks for the 15 months, TJ. While I appreciate the support, I would say if you're someone that enjoys non-Pokemon games, it might be worth it to throw that support elsewhere. For the tentative future, Pokemon's definitely going to remain my focus here. I've been enjoying it a lot, personally. So we clear this. They put energy here and crack us for 90 down to 80. And if they get Gardevoir going, they can start building this up, but I think that's going to be a little bit too slow. Yeah, a lot of people, there's this weird speculation in the community that because the decks have 30 slots in them for you to like maneuver cards around, people think that they're going to put more card slots in the game, but I think that's pretty unlikely. Second Jinx actually just kills us on the spot here. All right, I want to give this one more try before our ad break, and then I think we'll probably move along. Interactions like that really make me glad this game doesn't have emotes or a chat. Just like, person runs incredibly well and my draw bricks twice, they follow the channel and come in and say, LOL, I beat you in the tournament, as their very first interaction, having never watched my content before. Touch some freaking grass, video gamers, holy. couldn't even imagine. That's honestly one of the best parts about being on a Marvel Snap, is having to constantly be harassed by people with their in-game features is a lovely experience. It's great that it doesn't exist here. Yes, exactly that. It's never, hey, I just lost to you, GG's. It's always, LOL, I can't just beat you, and I'm here for the first time. It's like, what do you want, a cookie? Congrats, I bricked. And it would even be different, too, if there, like, wasn't an LOL in the comment, and, like, we played, like, a genuinely good and interesting game. But just, like, my deck was non-functional 2 games in a row, and then you laughed about it, is like, alright, sure. What a human being. I guess I'll duck them. And then Pidgey with a Giovanni can clear them next turn, technically. Pidgeot will also do it. They're just gonna beat us in the race if they have Arcanine, right? Because they have the energy queued up. So I get to clear this dock up. They go second energy bite, and then Arcanine sweeps. Cool. I wish I could say I was surprised that our submission involving Pokeflute looks to be atrocious, but unfortunately that's about meets expectations. Total Heretic, thanks for the 14 months. Great to see the full-time pocket. How have the metrics been since watching from Snap? Subscribers are down a little bit, but they're not completely gone. Doing better than I expected to do, and fairly happy with the results so far, I think is the positive way to put it. I think Pocket has a lot of growth potential, and I'm happy to be here from the start. Excited to see where it goes over the first year. If you were to generalize the attributes that require a deck to be S tier, what would be the key bullet points? See, I actually think there aren't bullet points that define a deck to be S tier. If you look at my latest tier list roundup, I didn't put any decks in S tier. In general, I would only rank something as S if the format is pretty imbalanced and there's not a meaningful way to attack that deck at the top. In my mind, S means this is a cut above everything else, and you can't really approach it in the metagame setting. I think last season, before Mythical Island drop, we had Charizard, Pikachu, and Mewtwo as decks that were kind of lording over the rest of it. Yeah, S tier is basically like tier 0. It means it's a cut above the rest of the format. Is another way to put it. All right, I'm gonna roll the ads on Twitch, and I need to run my leftovers upstairs in the fridge so they don't go bad on me. I'm gonna be honest, John. I don't appreciate your backseating. Please go away. Conway, thank you for the prime. The hindsight is 2020 gamers telling me I should make plays with information that I didn't have at the time, or just like the worst sort of people. Please go away. I'm gonna go throw my food upstairs. I'll be back. All right. I realized as I was walking away, we have a very teachable moment with the person being a backseater being annoying. So let's teach a lesson in how to get better at card games. The thing that a lot of annoying backseaters do is that they tell you you should have made a different play with information you had after the fact, while also simultaneously assuming your opponent makes the exact same choices they made with the line that you took. So the two issues with that are, one, you need to ask yourself the question when you're reflecting on a play is not, could I have taken a different line to win the game with what happened? It's, should I have taken a different line with the information I had available to me at that window? So in order to get better, you can't just look back and say, could I have won this? It's, was it correct to make different plays than I made in the moment with the information that I had? And a lot of the time, the answer to that question is going to be yes. But too often, people just assume, oh, this line beat the way this game played out, so ergo I should have taken it. But is the line that actually won there something that wins the game a majority of the time? Or did it happen to just win the game in that very narrow set of specific circumstances that you're in that was unlikely to happen? You have to approach games from the perspective of percentage plays with the information that you have. And just because you could have beaten, you know, a 10%er doesn't mean that it was correct to play around that 10%er when it means losing to other things. So it's more complicated than just being like, oh, I could have beaten the thing that they did. You have to really ask yourself the question, is the thing that they did worth playing around? And does playing around it cost me percentage points in other spots? Something protagonist braid, yeah. That's definitely a part of it. Compared to other card games, how do you feel about the card design in Pokemon Pocket so far? Well, the design is pretty specific to like the game, each individual game, right? I think Pocket's current card design is a little bit on the simplistic side, but that's almost explicitly intentional because the first set or two tends to like scale up as a game matures, right? Playing against another brew this round. Doing some Machamp EX stuff featuring Meowth as a way to draw cards. This will be a matchup where Lumineon's probably not super important, at least not early. We're going to want Farfetches and Starmies to run them down before they can get set up. This is pretty close to a build 'em a champ we played last season. They've got one Persian with their Meowth. There's also a Kangaskhan here. It's cute. I like the one copy of Persian with the Meowth. You can't see the board. That's because we're not currently playing a game. I'm waiting for my opponent to join the game queue. And when we're actually playing a game, I will be showing the board. But the way tournaments work is there's a private game code. So if I have my screen up right now, any person watching the stream could jump in my queue. Twitch chat would never do that, yeah. As always, we'll be able to pay a little bit less attention to chat while we jam. First energy advantage is nice, but champ's really scary when they have first energy advantage. Leading on Finian is not great here. Like I said, we really want Farfetch'd into Starmie here, I think. No red card here for the opponent. Good spread of utility stuff. 1 potion, 1 Giovanni, 1 blue, 1 Sabrina, 2 leaf. Star U's not a bad pickup. I think I put the energy on here so that way we can threaten him a chop on the bench. With first energy advantage, that seems fine. Also, if we draw Starmie, we could just hit heads on Misty and do that if they don't play a bench Pokemon out. Notable interaction on blue is that unlike Giovanni, blue does protect on the bench. So it can take 10 off a Lumineon hit. Just gotta decide if they want to commit something to the bench or not here. Okay. This is their one and only Sabrina, by the way. That was their only potion as well. Don't think there's a reason to show them Farfetch is going to be an option next turn. And make them choose between being cracked by Farfetch and losing that way, and Lumineon being able to pressure their bench. Persian's pretty backbreaking, actually. They only have one of those. Opponent's not bricked at all, gamers. They likely have basics and they're playing around Lumineon. Wow, that's really unfortunate that I bricked on Starmie. And I bricked on my ability to Farfetch. Alright, they need to hit heads and then hit the 1 and 5 to take my Farfetch'd. Second Lumineon is not a big deal. The Persian takes another card out of my hand here. We could be in a little bit of trouble. I kind of need both of these. This Persian is just absolutely savaging us. And it's not even just the discarded cards, the damage and the pressure is a lot here. They have their copy of blue here. Star you Starmie? Star you Starmie? I don't have another Lumineon. I skipped through playing my energy. Bird. Super dead to Machamp. At least our Star You dying early didn't matter because we never drew a thing. Was it never Sabrina the Machoke? They played a copy of Blue chat. Aqualiner didn't kill the Machoke. Blue protects their Pokemon on the bench, like I mentioned during the intro. Turkish, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. I am not taking other viewer deck submissions today. Oh my god, do they not have... What's his name? They don't. Wow. Alright, well, we need this to critically fail. Oh, the one person still playing freaking Kangaskhan. Oh, it's frustrating. Play the other deck out to play around Sabrina here. Them not having the chop on one is good for us at least. just don't have another Pokemon. All right, we'll take those, I suppose. A little bit of good fortune. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. How many basics do they run? 6, I think? 5. 2 Meowth, 2 Machop, 1 Kangaskhan. I want to lead on Finian here because I don't want them to be able to crunch this with us not having first energy advantage. If they curve Machop into Machoke and clear my Finian without having a copy of blue, they lose to Starmie. Starmie plus Giovanni. Hey, Inner Executive, thanks for the 7 months. We're doing all right. We're 2-1 after a bad beat in the 4th round, and we're up, or we're going to game 3 here. I'm going to put the Machop back up to the front to make them have their other copy of Leaf here. We have our Starmie this time around. If 1 copy of Giovanni. This also forces them to have the Machamp. Way through their deck. The concern here is they have Machamp plus, the concern here is that they have Machamp plus a Giovanni to clear my Starmie. Oh, I guess they just hit me and then they hit me again if I don't have Geo. They have blue to prevent Geo, yep. Again, for people who don't understand the playing out over multiple turns, when I'm talking about things I'm concerned about, I'm not talking about immediately the following turn. I'm thinking about 2 and 3 turns in advance of how the game needs to play out in order for me to be able to win it. So yes, I'm not getting Machamped and Giovanni'd next turn. I'm talking about how the game plays out over the course of the next couple of turns. That's the type of forward thinking you need to have when you're playing this kind of game. You need to be thinking about, okay, how do I win the game over the course of the next few turns? Oh my goodness, do they not? Do they not have the Machamp? They just don't have the Machamp. They're in a pretty bad spot. They didn't put energy on this Machoke, and they're out of copies of Leaf here because of our Sabrina earlier. Meaning they can't pull this out without pulling energy off of it. I think we're done, yeah? They're missing their stage 2. Put this up. They hit it for 3. They have 1 knockout point, right? I should have played the other Starmie out. No, I just played this, right? Did I? I don't remember if I just played this or not. Could I have evolved last turn? They had no knockout points. I honestly couldn't tell underneath it. Underneath the thing. I want this Starmie to be at full. So we'll crack them with this, and then they'll hit us for 50, and then we'll top deck Geo and win the game. 1 and 4, a little better. And if I miss on Geo, they need to have Machamp plus Geo to get us on the backswing, or Machamp plus Potion. Oh god, I'm gonna have to draw it. Oh man. Oh my goodness, come on. Oh my goodness. I hate everything about everything. Dead to Machamp Potion, dead to Machamp Geo. And 1 of each. Oh my god! Alright, we're not allowed to say never lucky for the rest of the tournament. Oh, I guess we weren't dead to the potion, right? Because if they had the potion and not the Geo, they needed Machamp Geo. Because if they hit me with Machamp, they only had 1 knockout point. If they don't win there, the Farfetch taps it, then the Starmie finishes. Okay, they had to have Machamp and Geo there. The potion was not good enough. In a game full of coin flips, the actual coin flip was the draw variance, yeah. All right, we're 3-1. I owe a viewer deck build. Yeah, we've got a couple of those I need to put together. Nemesis, thank you for the 53 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. They were not playing Hitmonlee, no. Dealing 40 with the duck to start silence gives them an extra turn to draw the Geo/Machamp. So putting the Starmie up makes them have both of them that turn or a potion to stall. And if they have the potion to stall and not the Geo and Machamp, then we can switch to the duck and hit them in the middle. But if I hit them with the duck, I still need 2 turns with the Starmie to clear them. How much time do you think you spent selecting Flare if you put it all together? I'd really rather not think about that, thanks. Please don't make me. Too much is the answer. Throat Chop, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. Oh, haven't played this deck since we got our full art Ericas yet. 2 Ericas, 2 Leaf. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. I kind of want a potion in here. Do I cut the Baby Executor? Baby Executor is pretty good. I think I need the Mew as well. There's just not room for a potion, is there? Sad. Sure the deck editor doesn't Ralph Wiggum us with the psychic energy here. If you're just joining us, thanks for hanging out. If you're new here and enjoying the vibe of the channel, make sure you tap the follow button on Twitch or tap subscribe on YouTube. One of the most consistent people in the Pokemon Pocket space. You'll find me posting YouTube videos 7 days a week on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel. I'm here live streaming 5 days a week, Monday through Friday during the week. Usually we start about 9 a.m. Central and we stream till about 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon, working a full normal day job. Try and fit in at least one of these tournament settings every single day when I'm playing throughout the week when the times line up. And then we also do a lot of viewer decks and other off-meta testing things on the in-between. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I've been streaming for what feels like an eternity sometimes. I've been on the platform for over a decade. I've been fortunate enough to call this my full-time job for over 7 years now. Before Pokemon Pocket, I played a ton of Magic the Gathering, some Marvel Snap, other turn-based and strategy card games that are mostly now defunct, like Runeterra and Hex and Mythgard and others. In a former life, before I was a full-time meme here on the internet, I hold a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics, and I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level. So you'll find my content tends to be very analytically focused. Always trying to approach things from a numbers perspective whenever possible. Caterpie Golem A, opponent's cooking. I got 10 minutes till the next tournament round. We're 3-1 after a little bit of good beats against the champ deck. Well, what are basic Pokemon gamers? Not their fault we bricked. Did you ever play WoW TCG? I did not. Bar Shadow Enjoyer. Victory Bell's pretty good against the mostly basic fighting box deck. If we can spike Victory Bell, Victory Bell's pretty good going first on the play. You evolve into Weeping Bell, and then you put your second energy and start Victory Belling on 3. Yeah, I think the tournament matches are infinitely more engaging than just random queue games. It's also a lot more interesting in skill testing when the open decklist environment is there. When you get to make educated and informed decisions as opposed to mostly taking shots in the dark as to what you should or shouldn't be playing around. Shadot fighting stuff. Alright. Is opponent cooking or baked? Yeah, I did the wonder pick trick to get my full art Ericos. Would not be surprised if they patch that out, because it, like, I got these things for like $200 less than I would have had to spend otherwise. Feels like they are throwing money away to let people be able to do that. For folks that aren't familiar, the wonder pick trick that I'm referring to is if you delete everybody off your friends list, and then you hunt down people who have only opened God packs or booster packs with the full art cards you actually want, you can kind of force the 2-star cards that you're looking to open to appear in your wonder picks. I went from not having seen a 2-star wonder pick in literal weeks to having both my full art Ericas from wonder picks in a weekend. It is incredibly tedious, and it's the first instance where I've played Pokemon Pocket and been like, man, this is optimizing the fun out of the game. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they patch it out, because it's going to cost them money, but I think it's also a big, okay, this optimizes the fun out of the game pretty hard. I just, like, delete their backline, yeah? Just, like, Fragrance Trap this Bar Shadow up and gobble it. I've been doing that for a month now, and I've gotten a bunch of 2-stars with very little money spent. Yeah, they're hemorrhaging value from people getting 2 stars really cheap. Things like that make the money machine get threatened usually get patched relatively quickly. You just go next, Oistress. Run him down. Victory Bell just like absolutely massacring this opponent. Thanks for playing. Shout out, buddy. I'm gonna let you in on a deep dark secret, chat. 99 times out of 100 when someone complains one of my mods was drunk with power and timed them out unfairly, it was me. I'm the one that timed them out. I'm gonna give you one of the best piece of life advice you're gonna find in 2025. Social media is full of things that are annoying and obnoxious, and timing out or blocking or banning or muting anything that you find remotely annoying to just remove it temporarily or permanently from your space is a huge net increase on your quality of life. People are gonna get offended and upset that like you had the audacity to like decide you didn't want to interface with them occasionally, but that's fine. You don't ever need to interact with them again. Social media is a constant drain where a lot of the time it's trying to keep you glued to the screen by making you mad. So if anything ever makes you remotely mad or rubs you in the wrong way, just like remove it, move on with your life. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause. The next tournament round starts in approximately 2 minutes, so we'll probably have some Lumineon matches when we return, and we'll play some more Victory Bell in between because I have some more matches with this. Thanks to the viewer who submitted it. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, wow, chat. This person says they want to fund my next YouTube or Twitch series, and they want to give me up to $5 million. And they have a blue check mark on Twitter, and everybody knows blue check marks on Twitter would never lie. Wowee! I gotta turn the stream off, I think, and go let Christy know we hit it big. What coin do they want you to sell? Why are you still here? Why are you here? You send them 5 Bitcoin, they'll send you 10 back, something like that. All right, let's get the Lumineon deck queued up here. Our round paired right at the top, perfect. I wonder how this match goes. We're playing against Druidagon Greninja with Tauros and Mew. So they almost assuredly have fire energy. I've not played this matchup before. I assume fast Greninja is their best possible against us, while fast Starmies are best into them. Notably, they only have 1 copy of Tauros and 1 copy of Geo. Tauros is scary because it can clear my Starmie EX in 1 with either a Greninja, Geo, or Druidagon hit. But they're only on 1 bull. One day, we'll look back on the super zoomed in and blurry deck list and laugh, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it's something we'll be laughing at. We are 3-1 in the tournament after a mixture of both good and bad beats. Was our opponent not here? I guess I could have, kept going. Have you tried PoE2 yet? Nah, I don't have room in my life for those extra kind of lifestyle, life service games like that. Maybe someday when I catch up on all of Genshin Impact's content, I'll consider trying a new live service game. Narrator, he would never catch up on all of Genshin Impact's content. We have 3 minutes for our opponent left to check in for the round. Apologies that we need to wait, but if they're here, I don't wanna queue a game. What do I do for fun when not working? Play video games, hang out with the kids and the wife. Usually those things are a mixture of those two things. The boys and I have been playing a bit of Marvel Rivals here and there. Christy and I play Genshin together. We're a big camping/scouting family. When the weather's not frigid, we have a camper at a permanent campsite about an hour from our home that we spend a lot of our weekends at. We also do tent camping on occasion with the scouts. Let me find a picture. I don't think I've actually shared that picture since we switched over to Pocket. So our campsite that the camper's at permanently. So this looks out, a little creek thing, and then this is from the creek back up at it. There's a park model camper there with the 3 seasoned rooms on the front to make it twice as big. No, I don't hunt. Some casual archery with the kids, maybe BB guns on occasion, but we're leaving the animals where they're at. What about fish? All 3 of my children enjoy fishing. I am not big on it. Although I can mostly successfully bait a hook without poking myself. Use my rifle's main, cloak and dagger. And then usually my kids end up playing Vanguard so we can have a functional team. Is your daughter going to do Girl Scouts? She'll do Cub Scouts. Cub Scouts is fully co-ed. And they have a bigger focus on camping. Is that like your house lot? No, it's a campsite at a private campground, Nemesis. We pay a membership fee every year, and then we have access to use that site. Technically, we could use it year-round, but that doesn't have water during the winter because the pipes aren't rated to hold water when it freezes. Yeah, all levels of scouting is co-ed these days, Gap. Alright, our opponent failed to check in, so I guess we're 4-1 by default, and we'll go back to playing with the Victory Bell deck. Where am I from? I live in central Illinois, like 2 hours south of Chicago. Good driving distance from a bunch of things. Like from my front door to downtown St. Louis, Chicago, or Indianapolis is all right about 3 hours. It's a pretty decent space if you don't mind driving a little bit. Yeah, Gurney Six Flags. We go up there. Or actually, my oldest kids are almost 10 and 11, so we're planning our first Six Flags, or I guess second Six Flags trip up to Gurney. We took them to Six Flags in Atlanta when we took a family vacation there, and they both loved it, but neither of them have been up to Gurney yet. Yeah, the Cub Pack my wife and I help run, and like the scout troop my older one's gonna move into. The religion mechanics are separate from everything that the actual groups do. There's bits about being reverent in the scout motto or whatever, but we just tell people, hey, you should talk about this with your family, and we're not talking about it as a group. You do your religion, and we'll do what we do, and we'll all be happy and just focus on the crafts and the camping. For people who haven't heard me talk about it, I grew up very Catholic. Sunday school, altar boy, church lector, the whole 9 yards. As someone who was forced to read and in part understood the Bible a lot, I am now very much not religious at all. More power to you at home if it brings you joy and comfort. But experiencing an intense level of the Catholic Church makes me very agnostic these days. The organized part of most organized religions makes me uncomfortable in various ways. At least with most of the organizations that I'm familiar with, the organized part, I think, is the best way to give my personal view on religion. I think believing in things or like something that makes people feel comfortable or makes them happier or helps them get by in this world that has, well, gestures broadly at what's going on around us, I think that's great. I think there's a lot of bits of it that are run or managed by people that are less than stellar that take advantage of a lot of folks. I wonder what this fighting energy is doing in their deck. Are they like splashing a Hitmonlee or something? Makes you wonder. Ooh, that's a lovely draw. Tree and leaf here. Just take the chat out KO. There could be merit to forcing the Mew up and marking damage on it, though. I'd love to play Gengar, but I can't find a good deck for it. That's the neat part. There's not. It's not that you can't find it, it's that it doesn't exist. Is it common to get a no-show at 3 in one of these events? It happens occasionally. You gotta remember, a lot of these, while there's some stakes, they're pretty minimal. And I'm sure a lot of people are like playing them while they're at work or they have other things going on, and sometimes life happens and you just can't finish up. Which is how it be. What's the edgy teenage Jeff, as he was moving out of his parents' home and out into the world of his own volition? he was a big fan conceptually of the idea of Pascal's wager when it comes to religion. I don't know how I feel about it today, but from a pure theory standpoint, it seems mostly fine. And for people who aren't familiar, it basically says, it's basically a game theory proposition, which says that it's plus EV to live your life as though there is a God and an afterlife, because if you end up being a good person and there is an afterlife, well, then you get the good one. And if there isn't an afterlife and you're just disappearing after you die here, well, you were just a good person and you made other people's lives better at the end of it. No, I'm not even talking about, like, specific deities or whatever. Just like, you know, you should probably, it's plus EV to be a good person, even if you, like, are inclined not to be when it comes to the concept of an afterlife. Like, pretty unanimously, it's, you know, from my very structural, logical, data-driven brain. Unless the afterlife wants you to be an asshole. Yeah, there's not a lot of those, thankfully. It's to add a dash of politics to our philosophical religion discussion here this afternoon. Pascal's wager actually is very similar to the argument why we should absolutely take steps to address climate change. Because let's say for an instance, you're a total climate denying idiot who wants to ignore all of the science and everything else that says humans are having an impact on how the temperature of the world is going. From a pure expected value perspective, it makes sense to take steps to address climate, because even if the nonsensical idea that humans aren't impacting climate is the case, the worst case scenario is, well, suddenly we have a bunch of solar power, but we didn't need it. Or we did all these things to improve our infrastructure for these things and reduce carbon emissions, but we didn't need it. Whereas, like, if climate's real and you don't address it, and it is, and we need to, the downside is literally not having an inhabitable place to live. So, yeah. There are a lot of potential ways forward when it comes to addressing climate. And I'm not going to profess to be an expert at telling you what the ideal path forward is, because that's not my job, and I'm not informed enough to do it. But I am just saying that doing something is high expected value compared to doing nothing. I mean, that's a decent draw. I think I just give up an energy to swap this out. Our deck's pretty low energy consumption overall. What does it mean to be good? So my wife and I are currently watching through Once Upon a Time. And in season 2, Snow White says to Regina, "Why can't you just be good?" And Regina goes like, "Well, what does that even mean? How do you know you're good?" And Snow just like gives her this look like, "Come on, you know what we're talking about here. You don't need this definition. You're being pedantic." That's my response to what does it mean to be good. Come on now. That hands probably means we're very done here. They have absolutely no follow-up, and my Victor Bell's about to get online. Being good is flipping heads. Ain't that the truth? Sled Fan, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Dan T, thank you for the 14. Appreciate the primer. When you put a curse on the whole kingdom, you're not good mood. All right, I think we're just switching to Victory Bell with the Leaf so we don't have to flip coins anymore. We just get cracking on this view. Be prepared. Once Upon a Time takes a real nosedive after the first 2 seasons. Listen. Speaking as someone who has watched all 10 seasons of The Blacklist, a show being terrible eventually will not stop me from plowing through it, okay? My bar for what we will tolerate is really low in my leisure time. I actually think The Blacklist half animating some of their episodes to make it around the issues with filming when the world shut down with COVID was actually incredibly clever and great. It was such like a good like semi-crude way to like jump in and out and be able to like wrap up the episodes. For people that haven't seen it, they basically had like half or like 40% of a bunch of these episodes filmed, and it's a live action show, and they just had like this really crude animation that they like cut to for scenes that the actors voiced from home when the world shut down. Thought it was like really good. Let's adapt. Yeah, like sketchy animations basically. How's your world without snapping? Feels freeing, honestly. Every day I spend away from it where my metrics here on Twitch and YouTube seem sustainable, a little bit more optimism grows in me. Ooh, the rare card weak to grass. Is Blacklist still going? No, it wrapped a few years ago. They did 10 seasons. The first 8 seasons were good. The last 2 get real scuffed. Where are you from? Your surname looks Dutch. I'm from the United States. So, like most people who live in the United States, I had family that immigrated here many generations ago, one of them being from the Netherlands at some point. My actual highest traceable heritage is Italian because my mother's father was 100% Italian. His parents came from Italy. But by and large, I'm just a good old-fashioned American mutt. Whole lot of melding pot. Don't need a Mew in this matchup. I'm gonna play the other Bell spread out, so I can potentially evolve 2 of them. Yeah, we'll probably rework some of the emotes to be Pokemon themed at some point. And then getting emotes done isn't cheap, so I'm gonna see where this first month of all Pokemon stuff goes at least before we invest actual dollar dues into that. See where metrics go after their next set drops, especially. Second, Aerodactyl's so annoying against us. Alright, we'll thin the Mew out of the deck. Yeah, I agree, Ancient Archdemon. And like, growth for me's been... I didn't have a burst of growth with Pocket, like I had a burst of growth when Snap launched, but it's been slow and steady. The Pocket YouTube channel just crossed the 1 million views for the last month mark for the first time. Which, it's not gonna be money I can retire on anytime soon, but it's making a reasonable amount. It's made up for the lost income of not posting Marvel Snap content on YouTube, which is nice. To share, like, pointed specifics, when I was making Marvel Snap content full-time, for the 2 years it was my full-time focus, I averaged about 2,600 concurrent subscribers on Twitch over that 2-year period per month. I currently have a little over 2,000 concurrent subscribers, so it's a down tick from that, but still like a really solid number. 2,000-ish is comfortable and lets me do this as a job. If we drop like another 20% from that, it's probably gets a little sketchy, but floating around 2,000 would be great. And then as far as viewer numbers go, the concurrent viewers between Twitch and YouTube are a bit lower than Marvel Snap's peak, but Marvel Snap as a whole is pretty down as a category, so I don't know that necessarily doing more of that moves it up. Unforgiven, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Hey, what's going on, Noob? With us having a knockout point already, this Victory Bell's probably going to eat their lunch, yeah? Get to put this out. Am I supposed to hit them with this? I think I'm actually supposed to hit them with this. Because if this hits heads, we do 80, and then this cleans them, yeah? And 1 EX knockout wins us the game? Yeah, this is clean. Yeah, I think if Pocket does Twitch drops, the numbers would explode. Probably longer term, too. Hopefully that happens at some point. Yeah, my job has a lot of upsides, but the uncertainty about how much you make has a lot of variability in it. I'm fortunate to be coming off of like my 2 years doing Marvel Snap content, like being lifetime my best years ever. I was like actually able to put money into a retirement account 2 years running. We'll see if that continues and where those accounts go over the next year, but you know, it's technically there and we did some due diligence. Assuredly millennials will be able to retire someday, yes. Is there a content creator program for Pocket? There is not. As of right now, Dina and Pokemon are providing 0 direct support for Pocket creators, to my knowledge. Depends on your definition of retire. Truth. We're very fortunate. My wife is a business analyst for a Fortune 50 company, so like she has like a pension. It'll be one of the last generations probably to have one of those, so long as society as a whole doesn't completely go belly up, that company's probably going to continue to exist and maybe allow us to do something eventually. We're going first. I have my eggs. Lovely. This last spot will be the victory bell, ideally, if we don't just win the game on the spot. I live in Peoria. I live in Bloomington Normal. It's like 45 minutes south of Peoria. There's a few big companies based out of here. Yeah, Rivy and Suchir, they're in part the reason why all of the median homes in my area went crazy in price. They brought a lot of workforce in a decent pay range. We do have a ton of great restaurants. That is definitely the case. Enjoy food. People, we have so many restaurants here because people here love to go out. We went out to dinner just like last night because I realized we didn't have stuff to cook at home. And the place we went to had like a 30-minute wait at 6 o'clock on a random Wednesday night. Very, very busy. Executor is so good against Alakazam. Like, get your 3 energy thing all charged up and then come deal 90 to me. Good luck, Godspeed. We got Erica's to blunt the blows, too. Jacking my mind! They're jacking my mind, gamers. Putting energy on Mew would let it deterministically clear Alakazam, which would be nice. I hit both of these in Wonder Picks using the force your Wonder Picks to be what you want trick. Is there an EX you'd be excited for in the next set? I really want an EX Houndoom. Maybe EX Scissor. Those are my top 2. Houndoom and Scissor, I think. So for people that haven't heard folks talk about it, the Wonder Pick trick for getting 2 stars is you need to delete everybody off of your friends list. And then there's Discords you can go in where people post booster packs that are both God picks and just ones that have lots of 2 stars in them. And then you only add people to your friends list that recently opened the 2-star cards that you want. And that makes it incredibly likely that those 2 stars are going to show up in your Wonder Picks. I went from not having seen a 2-star in my Wonder Pick in literally weeks to having a bunch of having 2 Ericas in a weekend. I think it would be an incredible misstep on Pokemon and Dina's part to ban accounts of people managing their friends list in a way that lets them do this. It's a clear oversight in their system, but You're not botting or anything like that. You're just using the system in the way it's maybe not strictly designed for, but they should have planned for it. It's definitely an oversight in their system design. All right, next tournament round is up in 4 minutes. We're gonna take a brief pause to roll some Twitch ads. We'll be 4-1 going into the next. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, my expectation will just be silently fixed at some point. I am not going to recommend any specific Discords for doing it. Seek out on your own, use it at your own risk, etc. I'm not going to explicitly endorse something. Some people are re-rolling accounts using macros. Yes, people using macros are probably breaking the TOS. But the people making the macros are doing the account breaking. Like, I'm not using a macro to add someone to my friends, and how am I supposed to know? Botting. I would assume botting is against the TOS. Generally speaking, terms of service prevent you from putting input into the client from a third-party source. Is typical in these games. TOS is terms of service. For people who aren't familiar with that jargon. Oh, do I get a buy the way this works now? Shoom, thank you for the prime. So the tournament structure for this one's a little unique. So there's 5 rounds of Swiss, and then anybody with 9 points advances. Then there's a single elimination round where players with 12 or more points advance to the 2 more rounds of Swiss. I think this means we actually have a bye in the next round because we're 4-1. Yeah, it basically forces the field down. It's an interesting structure. But I guess the way this works. So wait, this says single elimination. Do I get to play here or not? Because this is 2 rounds of Swiss, and it says players with 18 or more points advance. How does that work? Will be 4, so you have to win both of these then? I'm just gonna keep playing games until they tell me to stop. This has a lot of steps in it. There's a lot of steps going on there. I'm just gonna keep playing until they tell me to stop. I think is the plan. If we keep winning, we'll have a longer stream today, and if we lose, we'll be done. But I'm gonna wait a minute and see what happens when the round goes up. My wife and I are gonna put together the Limitless page for the first Hoaglandia Spraggles tournament tonight, and it'll go up for signups tomorrow. In fact, for folks who didn't see it, just got this branding done. Gonna have a new sponsor that I'm adding on that's providing a bunch of stuff for the tournament, and then into the AM, my existing shirt sponsor that makes this lovely design and lots of other ones you see me wear is giving us some stuff as well. We're gonna have about 1,500 USD in pricing. Spraggles is another Pokemon Pocket content creator. They've also done a lot of Pokemon Unite content is how they gained some notoriety. And they're a part of the official Pokemon Unite Championship Series broadcasts. Yeah, you can follow them there on Twitch. I think the plan for the tournament broadcast is they're bigger on YouTube and I'm bigger on Twitch, so we'll dual stream it on Spraggle's YouTube channel and my Twitch channel, I think is the plan. No, I think you actually just gave the wrong one. That's not Spraggles, LOL. This random person with 4 followers is about to get followers. It's EL. It's EL, not LE. RIP. That is the wrong channel I'm on. Give a shout out for. I've been opening Charizard for 2 weeks, and I pulled 3 immersive Charizards, but I have yet to pull an Arcanine. That's because Arcanine is in the Pikachu pack. So you're not pulling Arcanine from the Charizard pack because it's not in there. Okay, I do have a buy for round 6 because I have 4 wins. Got it. Wait, does it say most of the matches are completed? Are there only a few people playing? Okay. Let's play a couple more with this, and then we'll move on to our next viewer submission. February 1st will be the Hooglandia tournament. If you want to save the date, sign-ups will open tomorrow. You know when the next update will be? Yeah, the next card pack is supposed to drop on January 29th. So the tournament is explicitly after the next set drops. Showcase cards from the new set. No, there's really no consideration difference for open deck list versus not. Do you know if they'll add a fairy type? No, almost assuredly not. The paper card game doesn't have fairy types anymore. It had it very briefly and does not anymore. When you sign up for tournaments, you go to limitlesstcg.com and you look at the tournaments listing page. Executor is real good against Pikachu. No, new set is purely on data mined, but it's worth noting the mini set was data mined and then accurate on when it released, so until proven otherwise, it's quite likely the data mines on the set release is accurate, because the first one was. It would also make it a big set every quarter, and a big set every quarter would make sense for a typical release cadence. It's 10 extra here, due. 10 extra here is actually relevant because it means that Erica only puts me to 180, which means I can't use Erica to save me from 2 Pikachu hits. So very, very heads up Giovanni from the opponent here, hitting that breakpoint in advance around our copy of healing. Now, even though we hit Tails here, we're notably putting the Zapdos to 50 HP, which means that Victory Bell is going to be able to snag it for 2 KO points at some time. Is it normal for the Pokemon Company not to hype their releases? I actually don't know the answer to that. Does paper Pokemon TCG do like a spoiler season like Magic does? Or is it just here's the cards all of a sudden? Oh, they don't have the bench Pokemon here. I'm still gonna leaf out so that way if they top deck the bench Pokemon, they can't clear us. That heads is great. Means that a tails next turn cleans him out. Paper Pokemon releases sets in Japan months ahead of North America, so kinda. Oh, I did hear something like that. That guy in the corner, thank you for the 23 months. Sure. New Raven, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate it. This card is so good in the Pikachu matchup. Their deck has so many basics. And now, it's actually correct here to clear the Zapdos before we clear the Pikachu, because the Zapdos could high roll and deal 200, whereas the Pikachu's only ever dealing 90, and they're currently struggling for basics, so we're going to swap to the Victory Bell and then grab the Zapdos, and the Pikachu's easy to deal with the following turn. Show the deck list. If you look back on the Hooglandia Pocket channel, there's a highlight with Victory Bell Executor. If you want to grab the deck list easily. Yeah, it was pretty fortunate, Colin. The Stage 2 decks are always super powerful when they hit on curve, though, too. Against a water lead. Yeah, I'll do Execute, I think, with this in hand. There's some merit to, like, going this into this, but I just want to get my EX online. Eevee scrambling my egg would not be ideal. You plan to allow trading requests in your stream chat once trading releases? Absolutely not. Depending on how trading works, we'll have a channel for it in the Hooglandia Discord server, but having every large Twitch stream chat constantly be people looking for trade sounds like a terrible decision for a streamer to allow. Oh, missing on... Missing on the second egg probably means I'm just dead to Starmie here. Put the energy back here in case they're going to scramble this. Am I dead yet? I'm not dead yet! Don't geo me, don't geo me, don't geo me! Have you tried Executor Aerodactyl Hitmonlee? Yeah, I posted a highlight with that deck yesterday or the day before. That was 2 days ago. That's solid. It's got a few tournament results. Alright, even if they draw the Starmie next turn now, the fact that we live to get to Executor is a huge deal. You did miss the all full art request. That ended up just being a mediocre Misty deck. Oh no, they've switched in esports EV gamers. Leaf would be a lovely draw here because it would let us use the Victory Bell to clear the Staryu. What an easy game Pokemon Pocket is, gamers. Just draw the cards you want. So it's so easy. Just draw the cards you want. If you want to see more with the Victory Bell deck, it's like a solid B tier deck that Executor carries part of your games in. There's a highlight of that on the Hooklandia Pocket channel. We're going to go ahead and move along to our next viewer submitted pile of cards now. We have a request to play Sandalette with Weezing. Get building, shall we? What do I think of Grimer Muck as the other card here? Grimer's like slightly less bad with Leaf. I actually haven't played any Grimer Muck since Leaf was added to the game. I feel like this is a good excuse to try it. I actually don't have a second flare for my Grimer. Wow. I don't have a second flare for Muck either. Okay, I'm pretty sure we've opened it up since it's been that long since we've played it. I've wailed a lot since then. We'll fix that. X speed. You like a potion? Sabrina could be okay, yeah. Oh yeah, 14 grabbers. Flare me, daddy. I dream of a world where I unlock a flare and then there's an option to immediately set that flare as a favorite and apply it across all copies of that card in all of my decks. Assuredly, that's a feature they're working on that's coming up, right? Right? I dream of it. All visions of sugar plums dance in my head. Charizard went 5 and 26 in today's tournament. Hoof size large. That's whew. That's a sample. Yeah, I'm curious to see if Charizard will sustain this week in the bigger tournaments. It had a relatively flat performance last week. Apologies for the bait. I should probably just turn notifications off on this device. Anybody who just checked their packs, that was me. Oh, come on. Bait check. Every day at 2:20. Get baited. Lad. We drew our stage 1 before they drew their stage 1. Neener, neener, neener. Not be surprised to see Weedle nope out of here. Erica by Weedle. Whole new sentence. If they're attacking here, their Weedle still dies in the backswing, yeah? That seems not great for them. It's just this, and we hope for another weezing. I'm gonna burn the potion here, so that way they have to hit 2 heads to clear. The potion is kind of another weezing if you squint, fair, honestly. Second Koga's real good. So we'll go energy here. Toggle poison. Koga, the weezing back to our hand. Put the Salandit up. Put coughing out. Put weezing out. Crack them for 50 and then they take 10 from poison. Eat your heart out, Farfetch'd. Oh my god, we're super effective! We're super effective! Oh, man. Oh, baby. Okay, well now they're probably just dead, yeah? If they kill this, they lose the game. We put weezing up, we poison gas them, we Koga. Oh, come on, I need you to kill my thing. I feel like every time I win the game when Celebi knocks out my Pokemon, they fail to knock out my Pokemon. And it's very disappointing. Wait, I can still win, yeah? Because this is a retreat cost of 1? Yeah, never mind, they're dead. I'm not retreating twice, I'm Kogaing. Looking pretty good here, gamers. That 120 plus 10 breakpoint on the poison was kind of impressive. Thanks, Colin. Good luck in your future tournaments. Ooh. Our first turn's gonna be veto, shocking. Get to do 30 at least for one here. Not amazing, but better than just 10. Okay, we found the coughing too. Yeah, I think without a wheezing guaranteed, it just veto shock. Well, I guess I'm researching next turn. I lied, I'm gonna X-speed. Let's X-speed in division. No Executor is good for the home team. We're missing Weezing though, sad. This is where I would divide if I could. Hey, what's going on, Subbar? Yeah, life's good. We're 4-1 in the tournament. We have a bye for this round the way their structure works. We'll be playing again in about 10 minutes. Right, we hit our stage 1 before they did. They need 3 heads on Celebi to clear a Weezing in one go, which is nice for us. Leaf letting us retreat a Muck without losing all our energy is real nice as well. Probably trying to figure out if they want to maneuver this egg around or not. Looks like they do. If they put the Celebi up and they don't hit triple heads, oh, interesting. How do I feel about just taking the knockout here? Think I like taking the knockout and just not giving them time to set up the back Koga or the back Celebi, because the way this works, on average, the other Celebi doesn't clear the Muck, and then I can leaf the Muck out back to a Weezing. I think I like just not giving them breathing room here. Just like, okay, let's just clear this and take our 2 points, and then like any other knockout wins the game. And next turn I can leaf this out and lose 1 energy on it and put Weezing up and then be ready to attack with this again after they clear the Weezing. You know, I haven't played any Muck since Leaf was added to the game. feels kind of okay being able to. The previous issue with this deck last season was that like you'd get your muck up, but if it wasn't finishing the game, you were just stuck here with the 70 damage attacker. But that's not the case anymore. Just an average set of coins here, putting us to 30. Dodge out for 1 energy, thanks to Leaf. And then even if they have healing, like the Muck and stuff is still enough here. They really need to like get an Executor, but even that's gonna die to the Muck Leaf, right? That was kind of gross. Wonder if this is better than the Venupi builds everybody was on after the set dropped. Muck is gross in more ways than one. All right, we have 8 minutes till the next round of the tournament comes up. We might be able to squeeze in another match with this before that happens. We need to take our ad break on Twitch, and since we're going to be streaming a little bit late, potentially, I want to grab a caffeine. So I'll be back in 120 seconds. Watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the live button on the live stream. Don't go anywhere. We got some more Pokemon Pocket coming up here yet today. The Sandalit access of this deck is kind of cute too, because it means that like Grimer with Leaf can also enable Sandalit, dealing extra damage too. All right, 6 minutes till the tournament round pairs, and probably sneak in another one if we play quick. Smalls, thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back. Why do you play Am I Coughing over Apex? Because when you're Kogaing back, it's really beneficial to have 2 Coughings. Are Nidoking and Nidoqueen just not good? They are not. Celebi opponent in a row. Wake up, sheeple. Really weird they didn't lead on execute. I guess they must not have the executor. If they had research, lead on the egg every time, gamer. Well, division, and then we'll Pokeball next turn, because obviously you don't want to Pokeball into the coughing. They need like X speed, executor, and a heads to really mess us up here. Them just putting energy on Celebi is incredibly good for us. I just tapped back in and thought you were chugging a bottle of Jack Daniels. Listen, you try reading Twitch chat for 8 hours a day and then you get back to me on what I should or shouldn't do. Don't you judge me. Because the Salandit is fire, it's actually lethal on this Celebi next turn if they just attack and pass back. It's kind of insane. It's actually 1 energy deal 70. It's wild. Alright, average variance, the weezing lives here. We really need him to live. No. Rip. Rip. The problem is everything dies in 1 from here. They had the Superior and the Erica, and they hit the 3 heads. I don't know if there's going to be much that we can do to recover from this point. Worth using pack points on supporter or cards I'm missing like Frogadair, or save them for EXs and immersives and full arts. I mean, if you're looking to play particular cards, spending your pack points on cards you want to play is obviously the best thing you can do. In a strictly optimal sense, you're supposed to wait to wonder pick EXs and use pack points on 3 stars and less, the way the 3 diamonds and less, the way the ratios work out. But I'd also would recommend not min-maxing the fun out of your game. Alright, well, we're about to take an L to Celebi eventually. We did that 50% our last turn and not this turn. Wait, repeat that. You technically shouldn't spend pack points on EXs. You should wait to wonder pick them if you're being strictly optimal. Because wonder picking an EX is 3 points, whereas wonder picking a 3-star is 2 wonder pick points. And pack points for a 3-star is 150, whereas pack points for an EX is 500, which is over 3x. We're playing Lumineon Starmie in the tournament, as the title implies. I think I'm just going to chill here for a minute. We can throw the tournament deck up on screen. There's less than a minute in the round left. The Flexi Swap bike you have come pre-assembled. You had to like screw the top and stuff on. The whole pedaling unit is 1 solid piece. But otherwise it's kind of typical office cherry. You like put the seat in the back on and stuff. Comes in a few bits that screw together. Yeah, bike piece and then a couple of chair pieces. Aside from the grass matchups, wouldn't Farfetch be more consistent than Sandalit? Maybe. 50 damage versus 40 is a big deal, though. What think about one Mew in this Starmie deck. I think it doesn't solve any problems I think the deck has, while also introducing new ones. And charging up a 3 energy attacker takes an eternity. Your Mewtwo matchup is alright. And Mew's basically a blank in your Celebi, and your Pikachu matchups are close, so you'd make those worse by adding that card to the deck. Yes, all Wonder Picks are just 20%. There's no way to get a particular card more likely. Mew is against the Charizard and Mewtwo matchups. Your Charizard matchup is already good, and your Mewtwo matchup is close as is. You don't need an extra card for it. You saw blue tempo and instantly went looking for counter spells. Yep. 6. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. We're 4-1 in rounds played, Bob, and then we have a bye for this round. The way the structure works, if you started 4-1, you get a bye. Then they do an elimination round for 3-2s. Tournament structure is weird. We're just going to keep playing until they tell us to stop. I think we have to win both of the next 2 to move on, but I'm not 100% on that, so we're going to play the next 2 regardless. I think people god picking on the Wonder Pick servers risk getting banned. I have no idea. I think it would be really dumb on Pokemon's part if they banned people for doing that, but we'll see. Banning people who spent a bunch of money on your game because you weren't good enough to design your systems in a way that made sense. It's not very player friendly. It's not blue tempo until I see Delver Secrets of Snapcaster Mage. Mood. The bye technically gives you 3 points, so you only need 1 more win to get the point threshold. That would make sense. So I could go 1-1 to make the next little cut. We have 2 rounds to play regardless. Regardless of the result of the next one, we'll play the one after that. I think you're right though. Flying Rice, thank you for the 19 months. The Wonder Pick trick is an unfun slog, and you have to delete your friends, which is not a great experience. All right, we got our third Gyarados Greninja matchup of the tournament. We're 1-1 against it. I lost to Gyarados Greninja with this deck for the first time in this tournament. We ran really bad. So hopefully we can run average and have a solid matchup. In general, I think I'm like 6-1 or 7-1 in this matchup with this deck. Again, for people that are popping in and out, the Wonder Pick farming trick. You can delete all of your friends off your friends list, and then there are servers where people post packs when they get 2-star cards, and then you add a bunch of friends who only recently opened the 2-star you're hunting, and then that 2-star is incredibly likely to show up in your Wonder Picks from your friends' packs. That's how I got my 2 full art Ericas over the weekend. It's so much effort. It is a lot of work. Yeah. It's the first time I've engaged with any of Pokemon Pocket's system and felt like I was optimizing the fun out of the game. So I really kind of hope they patch it to save me from myself, because I would feel kind of sad if I felt obligated to do that every season. Is the premium pass worth it? If you're logging in every day, the premium pass is the absolute cheapest way to get packs in Pokemon Pocket. The dollar to Pokegold ratio in the premium pass is like 18 Pokegold per dollar or something like that. And normally you only get like 7 or so Pokegold per dollar at the best rate, so it's pretty good. All right, our opponent has checked in. Stock, Gyarados, Greninja, 12 Pokemon, 2 Misty, 2 Leaf, 2 Research, 2 Ball. Checked it a little bit late, but we should have plenty of time here, hopefully. Have a round starting here momentarily. Nope, we're getting ready to start the 7th round of the tournament now. We're playing against Gyarados Greninja. All right, as always, we'll be paying a little bit less attention to chat during the rounds. Please behave or the mods will bonk you. There's energy advantage is nice. Looking for Finny and Lumineon. I open start you, I think. I have Starmie as well here. With first energy advantage, even without a Finny and Lumineon, we can go energy smack, energy clear this, which is a pretty solid aggressive start. They have no Magikarp on one is really good for us. %50 to be the baby. Swing and a miss. With them not playing Froakie, they can't kill this next turn because they would have needed a Froakie into a Frogadier, so just tap them with Smack. We get to go ahead and play Starmie out next turn and clean this off. They have no potions, no blue. Just the typical 2 Misty, 2 Leaf that this deck often plays. Is 66% to be a baby for this. Lucky. They have fast Greninja, we could maybe be in trouble here. If they have Frogadier next turn and then I don't draw my Sabrina. Or lack of a baby for this is a big deal. If they don't have their stage 1, we've got a lot of breathing room. They don't have their stage 1, and then Giovanni wins the game here. We get to clear this Drudagon, and then anything they have goes down in 1 next turn. This Lumineon Starmie deck has been around, like, it's not innovative to put Lumineon and Starmie in the same deck. They very obviously go well together and bounce in and out with their free retreat costs. The big innovation that felt like it leveled this deck up to the next mark for me is that I'm very confident you should be playing 2 Farfetch'd and 2 Geo. I've seen a lot of other builds playing none or 1 or 0 of that card, and this deck got markedly better with 2 of each. Why is Farfetch'd so good? Farfetch'd will regularly put opposing Pokemon to a breakpoint where Starmie can finish them while only giving up 1 knockout point and 1 energy to do so. In this matchup, for example, a really common line is you'll Lumineon the Gyarados 1 time down to 130, and then they'll put it up and kill the Lumineon. You'll Farfetch'd it down to 90, and then the Starmie clears. Yeah, it's just a good rate Pokemon, Bob. It's like the TLDR, which is very, very efficient. How is this deck's Pikachu matchup? This deck's Pikachu matchup is actually incredibly close, with first energy advantage often deciding who wins if both players are playing well. However, the Pikachu player has an easier time if you're making some slops. I think I'm 4-2 or 3-2 into Pikachu in tournament rounds with this deck. So in general, I like marking 20 damage on Druddigon in spots like this because it means that Starmie later can clear it without the aid of a Giovanni. So given this opportunity in this matchup, I think it's right to put 20 damage on my Finian to put 20 damage on the Druddigon. Yes, it also lets Farfetch clear it in 2 is relevant, so then it doesn't trade 1 for 1. So this will be a window where they get to evolve their Gyarados. It's actually pretty rare that you kill Magikarp in this deck without it evolving. The reason why this deck has a good Gyarados matchup is in large part due to the fact that Lumineon cracks the Gyarados twice, which lets your Starmie clear it in 1 once it gets active. So it's only like really crazy draws where you're like Finian, Lumineon, Misty Heads on the play where you clear the Carp before it evolves. They're 3 energy off of doing anything with this. There's definitely games where the Lumineon just like fully runs it down, but usually you're cleaning with this at the end. Giovanni does not buff hitting the back line, so I can't Giovanni to clear the Froakie here, no. No, I think it's important that I just put the Gyarados down to Starmie range here. They want to get the Greninja online, they can get the Greninja online. I do want to tap the Greninja a single time, though, because tapping the Greninja a single time means that it also dies in 1 to Starmie. And this is basically what this card does, is this card, think of it as a mama bird, chat. It's chewing the food to spit into Starmie's mouth. You are using this card to set up so they can basically never put things forward. So, I could Sabrina and take a knockout on the Froakie here, but if I Sabrina and take a knockout on the Froakie with the Starmie and they flip heads on Gyarados, I lose the game on the spot. So I think it's completely unnecessary for me to take that risk. And I should just Aqualiner the Froakie here. You are allowed to change your energy setup mid-tournament and open deck list. Yeah, so if someone's playing Ditto, they can change their energy setup every round. Hey, look, it's the Misty I played around. Oh, you know what I didn't play around? If they hit 2 heads with this Misty, put an energy on here, and then Gyarados stripped the energy here, I actually could have lost the game. So I should have put my second energy on Starmie to play around Gyarados stripping this last turn, rather than splitting the difference here. And that's the most skill testing thing about Pokemon Pocket easily, is where your energy allocation is happening each turn, and like trying to forward think, okay, what permutations am I playing through? And like, while it's unlikely that they would hit 2 heads on Misty, putting this energy here doesn't really do anything for me. I'm probably not going to need another Lumineon next turn, so it's worth it to put the energy here to hedge the unlikely scenario, because putting it here doesn't help me in any specific instance otherwise. If that makes sense. All right, and now we murder the Carp before it can evolve. And then if they put Gyarados up, the Starmie clears it. And if they don't put Gyarados up, this Lumineon clears this frog next turn. This is a very fun deck to play. It's incredibly satisfying. There's so many lines in every single game that you play. And past there just being like tons of lines, I never look at my opponent's deck list and be like, oh, I can't win here. Yeah, the opponent is just hoping, hey, look, they took an energy off my Staryu there, but we played around this, so we still win the game here. So my opponent's basically just hoping my Starmies are buried. And they are not, so we win the game. But yeah, that game was a good example of how this matchup plays out on average. I'm jelly of your flare on Starmie. Yeah, I've debated purging my friends list again to go full art hunting for another Starmie EX so I could flare my second full art Starmie, but I don't think I'm quite enough that much of a degenerate. All right, so we are 5-1 in rounds played now. I have a free Wonder Pick in here. I do have a free Wonder Pick. Look at that. You're fooling no one. Fair. Yeah, I'm gonna open the Charizard pack, and we'll just open a full art Starmie. Yeah. Does that win mean you made the top cut? I think so, question mark. We can look at the structure of the standings here in a second. Easy, easy full art Starmie in 1 gamers. Wow, can't believe we didn't hit it. Unlucky. So, standings. Uh, 5-1. Let's go down to 25th. We were talking about this earlier. The format of this event is weird. Okay, so we are here. This says players with 18 points advance to the next phase, and then 2 single elimination rounds. So I believe we have 18 points now, is how this works. Because I'm 6-1, so I should have 18 points. So I think this next round doesn't matter for us, question mark? I wonder if it even pairs us. Yeah, I believe the bye round counts for points. It says I have 15 points at 5-1. Right? Yeah. 15 points at 5-1. All right. We'll rip a 10 pull for Starmies. This is just like actually the biggest whale hunting 10 pull ever, because I think 2-star Starmie is like literally the only 2-star I want out of this pack. Yeah, packs are loosely $1 a pop. I think if you're buying gold at 100 a pop is like a little bit less than that, but loosely that. And it's for flare. That's right. We're 2-star hunting to flare our second 2-star. Just the biggest whale, the whalingest of whaling. I'm really close on pack points too here. We're at 1,010. I think we'll get enough pack points between now and the release, right? I'm gonna do like 3 packs a day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 33 packs. 33 packs will be 150-ish. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have enough pack points. We'll have loosely enough pack points between now and then. Jeff hunting for his 4th 2-star Starmie. I'm hunting for my... Yeah. All right, let's play some more Weezing Muck in between. For people that haven't watched one of my tournament streams before, we play a different deck than what we're playing in the tournament in the in-between rounds. Let's have like a little bit of recharge/refresh. Usually we take viewer submissions or play Weezing Muck Sandalit here. Second, get to divide and conquer here. Yep, tournament banner off. Thank you for the reminder. I did get my 2 forward Ericas actually. I did the friends list manipulating nonsense for it. Well, we're out of basics in the deck. Son? Where's your old phone? Why? Oh, it's in the nightstand next to my bed in the top drawer. I don't know that we ever beat an active golem, gamers. We have no aggression here, so... It's gonna take us like 600 years to lose this game, but I'm pretty sure we're checkmated. Like, our opponent's not gonna actually, like, take our king for, like, a dozen turns, but it's coming. We can move along with our lives. For people that are new to the channel here, we don't do copy pastas. Keep the spam down, thank you. I know it's a thing in like Twitch culture or whatever, but I like to try and keep chat more constructive and clean than that if possible. I guess I'm actually kind of looking for 2 basics here, right? So we'll research before we Pokeball. If you're looking to draw 2 basics, you always want to research before you Pokeball, so that way you're more likely to draw multiple basics. I'm actually going to X-Speed the Salandit out now, because that way if my opponent paralyzes us with the Dedian next turn, the evolution can clear the status condition. Whereas if they paralyze this, I won't be able to retreat it. The Twitch lingo illiterate one is a copy pasta. It refers to just like posting spam messages over and over that are just like obnoxious and annoying. Like it's not uncommon to open Twitch channels that have like 1,000 or multiple thousands of people in them, and you'll just see people just spamming the same blocks of text over and over again. So you can't really do anything constructive or communicate with other chatters or the streamer meaningfully. I mean, even if they paralyze us here, they're still dead to the status condition, so that sounds lovely for us. Yeah, I mean, if that's what channels are into and, like, you're going there for that experience, like, I'm not telling you that that experience is inherently bad. I'm just telling you it makes it so you can't communicate. All right, speaking of not being able to communicate, if you forgot to subscribe to the channel, you're not gonna be able to communicate with me for a minute because I'm gonna run some ads. We're gonna play some more of this weezing deck when we get back, and then we have another tournament round. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We are 6-1 and locked and loaded. Playing some Starmies and some Lumineons. It's time to stand up, gamers. Oh, I've been sitting for a while. If I wanted to watch a bunch of internet memes get screamed at me, I'd pop into my kid's 7th grade class mood. Are there any undefeated in the tournament? Yeah, plenty of them. I think we had like 200-ish people to start. So going into this round, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This list is too tight to try and squeeze Mew into it. Yeah, probably. I also think you just mostly don't want Mew in a deck like this, because, like, your Mewtwo matchup should be good just by virtue of being a dark deck, and then, like, your Charizard matchup is probably hard even with it, so, like, just punt it. Oh, hey, look at that, chat. We're not the only Lumineon enjoyer doing all this tournament. We had one, 2, 3 drop, but the other person that was playing it is also 5-1. Oh, they're playing a weird build, though. This must be budget, right? This has to be I'm missing second Starmie EX. Some interesting choices here for sure. I wonder if it's because we want to, because we're missing some stuff. I wonder what the decks are. They're doing well. Well, there's 2 Gyarados Greninja at 6-0. That's good for us. Who are people I want to play and who are people I don't want to play? We like our Gyarados matchup. I don't mind my Mewtwo matchup. I don't mind the Celebi matchup. These Arcanine Moltres are bad news bears for us. No limit on EXs, Bob. Only deck building restrictions are exactly 20 cards, and then 2 of each card is a cap. Champ Aerodactyl at 5-1, a Golem Enjoyer at 5-1. Bunch of people that took unintentional draws, yikes. What decks are good with a copy of blue? Mewtwo enjoys a copy of blue, because it's good in the mirror match for you, and it's good against opposing copies of Mew. Alright, I'm gonna hop into another Buck game. May or may not have time to finish it with the tournament going. Badass, thank you for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Rascal. Appreciate you making me your workplace background. Make a serviceable radio station talking about games. Speaking of Mewtwo, Psychic Energy here. Genetically engineered Pokemon perfection. One poofy boy. I'm actually gonna vibe on the professor's research here, because if I research into the coughing, I'd be really sad. Only have one of those in our deck, let's just pull it out. They're just like super torched by on curve weezing here, yeah? Play around red card. Mewtwo enjoyers do that sometimes. Casual 50U plus 20 per cycle. Interesting. So are they like setting up to try and one-shot us here then? I have second weezing. Is this like put this up and blast us, and then they get the second Mewtwo set up in the back? Well, looks like we have an opponent for the tournament round. That's sad. That game was shaping up to be a little interesting. We're playing against Gyarados Greninja again this round, but it's a real unique build. It's Chatot with the full two Chatot with the full Greninja line, and then one Magikarp, one Gyarados EX, one Mew. And then they have a Budding Expeditioner for their one Mew, and then they're on 2 X speed instead of Leaf because there's no Retreat 2s. This is probably less bad against us than the stock build with Druddigon. But our deck's also pretty good at playing its hand out, so you should be able to mitigate Chatot drawing them cards nicely. We'll see how this plays. Farfetched opener might actually be our best opener here. We'll see. First energy advantage is excellent as always. This opening hand is not great here because it means that their Chatot's going to be able to draw more cards, so we're a little bit bricked. I think them opening up Mew is pretty good for them, especially being a Budding Expeditioner deck. It lets them soak damage nicely here. No copies of Red Card or Sabrina here, so from a bench management perspective, that's not really a concern. The Staryu getting the energy here is actually really good for us because it means we get to threaten Starmie clear the Mew next turn, so they have to be concerned about going to 90 here. Stage 1 is good for us. Waiting to play the Geo is worse if I draw Professor's Research, but it's better because it doesn't let them know they need a Budding Expeditioner if they haven't necessarily. It really sucks that we didn't draw the Starmie to punish their greed here. We'd probably win the game on the spot if we hit the Starmie. Now we're going to be in trouble if they have Greninja. No potions, no blue, no sustain in their deck here. Well, this one might be over. So I didn't put my Starmie up and clear the Froakie last turn because I didn't want my Starmie to be in the active spot when their Greninja comes up like this. They're only playing one Gyarados, so maybe they'll just be bricked on the Gyarados for a little bit, but with the quad Misty, if they have the Gyarados, we are just going to be dead here. That is definitely the case. I'm gonna Giovanni this Starmie attack because it means that Staryu or Finian can finish this next turn. That's the way the leak slaps sometimes. On to the next one. Them both leading on their one copy of Mew, and us not having Lumineon was tough. Combined with the Misty there. Honestly, I think even without the Misty, they were probably gonna have enough time to beat us with the organic Gyarados. Yeah, we needed Starmie one turn sooner, or we needed Lumineon. The Starmie would have killed their Mew when they got greedy. We would have been fine. This is not a good hand for us, holy. Am I burning cards to stop them from drawing? How important are these Giovannis? Not very, I think. Thinking about breakpoints. I think they're not very in this matchup. So, Chatot draws cards equal to the number of cards in my hand, so I'm just burning it down here. Basically spending cards that aren't going to have a ton of value to deny my opponent cards, potentially. Open to draw a basic Pokemon next turn. Might just be one of those rounds, unfortunately. Of our losses in this tournament looking to be pretty uninspired. It's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. I actually don't know if this round matters. I don't think so. It says 18 points goes through, and we have 18 points already. I think you're right that if we were going to choose a round to brick, this one actually doesn't matter the way the structure this is. So I think the details said after this round, everybody with 18 points advances to 2 single elim rounds. And we have 18 points already. Well, I mean, still very dead to Greninja next turn, but maybe they don't have it. I feel like if they didn't have Greninja, they would have Chatot, so we're probably torched. I guess if they have Greninja, I could go Staryu, Energy, Starmie, Clear, and have a shot. You best believe that just like my country, I'm young, scrappy, and hungry. We're not throwing away my shot. I have to draw a Staryu next turn. We don't draw a Staryu next turn to put on the board and put an energy on it, we are dead. We'll play as long as we have it out. Two Starmies, 2 Pokeballs, 11 cards, and a dream. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Wrong Starfish. Yeah, I needed the baby one first. I think we still make the single Elim with that loss the way this is structured, though. Is my understanding. If I understand the structure of how this works. We'll find out in 20 minutes. At the very least, we'll stream until we find out in 20 minutes. Hey, I am not. Thank you for the brand new Prime. This is my full-time job here making stuff on the internet, and direct support from folks like you are a big part of what makes that possible. If you're someone that's new here and you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you link up your Prime account to your Twitch account, you get a free Prime sub every single month. You come by my channel and click that button. It takes a couple bucks out of Jeffrey Bezos' pocket and puts it over to my own. If you want to help keep me here making Pokemon stuff 7 days a week on YouTube and 5 days a week on Twitch, consider dropping one of those off. If you want to make it extra convenient, I posted the direct sub link once you get your accounts linked up in chat. Appreciate the folks that hooked that up. I've been following on YouTube. Glad you enjoy it. Thanks for poking over to Twitch to give some support. Toad Shy, appreciate you taking a couple of bucks from Jeffrey Bezos and sending them my way. Thanks for the primer. I have a leaf. I think I'm leading on Grimer. It feels weird, but I think it's right. Because we can leaf the Grimer out and put the Salandit up after. This is Psychic, but it's weak to Metal because it's like a fairy if you squint. 66% to be a coughing here. Nice. Draw some cards. Our last 2 bench slots here are ideally both coughings. So you want 2 coughings when you're a Koga deck. I suppose if I would have let on Salandit, we would have been able to leaf into Weezing here, but I guess we couldn't really know that we were going to draw both of those, yeah? Kramer is a gaseous being. Evolving will clear the poison here, unfortunately, yeah. Although, I think with the weezing draw, even if they evolve and crack us for 40 here, we're going to leaf the Grimer back and put the weezing up as the plan. We've made it to the single elimination rounds of today's tournament. So those will be starting in 20 minutes, looks like. Weezings for days, gamers. Being able to actually retreat this card is such a big game. One of the big downsides to this build last season was your Grimers would just get locked in and they'd have to give up knockout points if you didn't draw Muck and Koga them. And Leaf letting you GTFO with them is really strong. Gengar EX is interesting against us, because, like, it stops our Kogas, but also it's weak to Dark. Alright, so they clear this. Weezing poisons and deals 50 down to 120. And then they'll need a Geo to clear the Weezing. It's a shame we didn't have Koga last turn to pick this up and put a full health one in. Because I won't be able to Koga this one or leaf it out. It's going down. If we can dodge a Giovanni, I think there's a good chance we dodge a ball. Oh, you know what I did mess up here, though? I should have put this Dark Energy on the Weezing last turn, so that way I could play new Grimer to power up this turn. Now I'm pretty committed to powering up this one, because there's already one energy on it. If they don't have Geo, though, I have enough time to power up Muck, and then that should be good enough to get us across the finish line. It's gonna come down to they have that extra break point this turn with the 10. I honestly think one of the most interesting and elegant things about the designs in this game is just how frequently dealing just 10 more damage with Giovanni is an incredible difference. Like the break points are so tight in so many of these places. Koga is the draw I needed to keep going here. Poison this. We pick this up. We put this up. We do this. We hit them for 50. They get cleared. They put this up. They knock us out. We Weezing. We hit them. Face, thank you for the 4 years. That's such a long time. Welcome back. Alright, so if they don't have Geo, they're going to have to retreat this Gengar again. I love the Fire Flare. It's such a good one. If they don't have a Leaf or an X speed, pulling 2 energies off this Gengar is going to put them really far behind. They need to have Geo or they need Leaf or X speed. And if any of those 3 cards, we could be in a little bit of trouble here. Them having to pull 2 energies off of this is a huge deal. Because their energy this turn goes on here. And the reason why this is a big deal is this is going to give us enough time to set up Muck Koga with the Weezing to get a clear here quickly. We get to go Gas Leak, tackle you, and then they're going to have to retreat this, but if they retreat it to like Mew, the Gas Leak plus Koga plus Muck is going to finish next turn. Oh, I guess they technically don't have to retreat here. Because they go down to 50, and I tackle them, and they're technically living into the next turn. So maybe they're supposed to risk it for the biscuit. They don't have any lines here to let them win the game, though. If they retreat into this, weakness means I clear it. And if they retreat into this, the Koga Muck clears it. Do we let Salandit finish, gamers? I think we let Salandit finish. It's a Salandit deck. King. Yeah, I'm really kind of digging this core. I just haven't played any Muck since Mythical Island came out, and Leaf really feels solid. Pikachu with first energy advantage is kind of scary. A lot of looks at cards here, though. 2 Pokeball research, a lot of churn. This Muck draw is not irrelevant because it means I can Koga this out of the active spot. So if I draw Weezing next turn, it probably makes sense to Koga this out and put Weezing up. No Weezing probably means we're torched. We had just assumed that Scolipede power crept Muck, but really what we were feeling was the power of Leaf, not Scolipede. Yeah, that's a decent take, I think. Leaf definitely changed the dynamic of how a lot of these cards play out. Alright, you know, Weezing to stay in it. So, you're saying there's a chance. I'm going to play the Muck out here as well to play around a copy of Sabrina, which Pikachu decks often play 2 of. Hello, lovely wife. How are the monsters?
It feels so good in here.
It does feel good in here. The Space Heater's doing work.
Feeling.
Playing against Pikachu.
The only one I play.
Christy,
It's the only deck I have.
Christy mostly plays Pikachu in the PvP events. Draw here. Salandit? Can we draw Salandit?
Oh!
Easy game.
Walker.
Someone asked earlier, is Salandit actually meaningfully better than Farfetch? And there's just so many spots. It's like we were talking about Giovanni earlier, right? Like 10 more damage is such a huge deal in a lot of spots.
I really like the art on this card.
And this is one of them, right? Like this 50 plus the poison lets us hit this breakpoint that we wouldn't be hitting otherwise.
I really like the art on this one.
It is
very like the mood of it
is good, yeah.
This art style.
This thing does 80 on a heads with its evolution, I believe.
You don't even know how to play this game?
Hopefully they hit a tails.
What kind of streamer are you? You're supposed to be some sort of professional. You don't even know how to play.
Something or other.
I need you to help me move a box.
We're really close to an ad break, so after this game I can tap that and come out and carry stuff for you.
It's really not urgent.
Okay. I think we're researching. I think the line is research, X-speed this back, weezing them.
Are we playing a tournament?
I am playing a tournament. This is not a tournament round. Tournament hopefully has a few more rounds left.
Team Rocket Pocket. Got a lot of W's.
We did have a lot of wins today. We were 6-2. They're gonna let us keep playing at least one more. I think at this point we play till we lose. Do we have lethal with Koga after poisoning? Oh, did I miss it? Oh, that's such a good catch on the break point. I'm gonna blame Christy for distracting me.
Why are you doing that?
If we would have retreated to the weezing, poisoned, and then Koga'd this back, we would have done 50 plus 10. It would have been lethal. Yeah, good catch.
Oh. You're so bad at this game.
Very, very, very bad.
I don't want to leave the one.
I think we're looking okay-ish. They only have one knockout point here. So here's a Zappy Bird.
Did they get lucky? Do they have three? Do they have an energy to play? I can't tell.
It's such bad interface design. So I think with this going to 90 now, I don't have a way to clear this turn. So we're gonna go ahead and use our Koga to put another weezing out here, essentially. They could get lucky and clear this weezing next turn with a bunch of heads, but statistically it's unlikely. So this plays around average variance, see if we can win despite our mistake. So if they
have to
attack
flip 3 heads.
attack this turn, they go down to 80, and then Salandit's still a little bit short. It's only 60 more. You've red carded me, sure. You've turned my 3 cards into 3 different cards. I guess they technically got rid of a weezing they knew that I had. Yep. Is that the exact same 3?
You just got it back.
I think it's the exact same 3.
That
actually.
happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
I love when my opponent plays red card. It's such a good card. You're always telling people not to play red card, but I wish you'd tell them to play red card because I like playing against it. That was super lucky for them.
All right, so we have coughing. We have wheezing. I think we're gonna have to fade. We're gonna have to fade the triple heads one more turn here. If we fade the triple heads here, we get them next turn.
Nah, they're gonna be lucky.
see it. We'll see if they go for it or not.
I mean, they're on a high because they just got 4.
That's true.
They're gonna do it.
This actually doesn't matter because I have the leaf to pull this back out, and they still need the same number of heads to clean this, so we're in the exact same spot we were in a moment before. They're just like making us have the leaf, which we do. And it's all worth noting that if our opponent high rolls the Zapdos twice in a row, it's still our fault we lost this game because I missed lethal on this basic a little while ago. So this is one of those, it'll suck if the opponent high rolls and clears us here, but like our opponent's only in a position to be able to high roll because I made a mistake.
Ooh.
Sweet.
We got it.
So we won in spite of ourselves, but it's worth noting even if we got burned, it was preventable.
Look, another one. Not my fault that you're bad.
I know. Eventually I'll be better at this playing while distracted thing. Today is not that day though. I'll let Salandit take the clear here.
Why?
It's a Salandit deck. Gotta let him finish. All right, gamers, tournament round is up in 4 minutes. We're gonna take our Twitch ad break before that happens. I'm gonna run to the restroom and fill my water bottle and maybe move a box for my lovely wife. I want to have some Lumineon gameplay with Starmie when we return. I'll throw this weezing muck deck up because honestly, I'm kind of impressed with it. I think we're gonna get a highlight with this one at some point before the next set drops. I'm a little disappointed I hadn't revisited this card. It's been real solid. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Thanks for hanging out this afternoon. BRB. Next two rounds are elimination rounds, so when we lose, we're done at this point. There's like basically five elimination rounds at this point. There's like 30, should be 32-ish people. We've got a especially spicy one that's got a 7-0 record here today. We've got a Greninja Mew EX deck playing 2 copies of Ditto. And this is a piece of tech that doesn't work in the random queues, but you can do it here in an open deck list setting because you can change what energy your deck is playing before you start your round once you see your opponent's deck list. So I assume this player is just like making their energy zone be whatever is good for Ditto. Life Gets Good, thank you for the 15 months, is just like a really adorable way. They're playing 2 Mew and 2 Ditto. I assume whether or not they play water plus enemy color depends on the matchup. I could see somewhere where you want Greninja to attack and somewhere just having Ditto Online active is important. There's another Lumineon enjoyer also at 6-1. Hopefully we can avoid playing the Mirach. Anything else spicy in here? Doesn't look like it. Mostly stock stuff. Life gets good. Thank you for the 15 buds. Welcome back. Scroll the 5-2s. All right, we've got a pairing. Playing against Mewtwo Gardevoir. Haven't actually played that match yet this tournament. Farfetch'd is one of our more important cards in the Mewtwo matchup. We also want to prioritize keeping routes off the board whenever possible. This Mewtwo player notably has 6 basics. They're playing 1 baby Mewtwo in addition to Mew EX. 2 Leafs, 1 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni. Six basic Pokemon Mewtwo here. 1 baby Mewtwo, 1 Mew EX. They do have a Giovanni. The Giovanni is especially scary for us out of Mewtwo because especially when they have first energy advantage, which they do here, they can clear a Farfetch'd or a Finian before we get to really do much with it. Baby Mewtwo is less scary though. I think that's our favorite thing to see out of their lead. I would like a Staryu, and I would like a Misty Heads. Ooh, that was a tough 80%er to lose. Holy. Oh. Not being able to Misty something on this first turn really sucks. Even if we were bricked on this, it would have been nice to have a Finian. And they bricked on slab. That's good for us. How about second slab? Drew on second slab. Yep. Yep. If they have a copy of Leaf, they can't Leaf and Geo, so it's not possible for them to clear this Farfetch'd next turn. I'm just going to go ahead and Leak Slap and hold the other Farfetch'd for now. Our deck heard us say we like to open Farfetch'd in this matchup and took it to the extreme. No stage 1 on the Rolls is good for us. Good golly. 4 basics, a Pokeball, and 2 research and 11 cards. So we have 8 live hits here that we're bricking on. Maybe they won't have a copy of Leaf, and we'll get a knockout point here. Them hitting the stage 1's a big deal. There's the Leaf. probably just done here at this point if they have the Gardevoir. I guess what's the line? They Gardevoir, they do this, they retreat to this. I can draw Staryu this turn, put an energy on it, Giovanni, crack for 50, and then I can draw another Giovanni to clear this next turn. Or they're just, sorry, they're not going to side drive, they're just going to Giovanni to clear this. I assume this is dying this turn. Yeah. Okay, so I need to draw Staryu this turn, and I need to draw Giovanni next turn to have a shot here. And here's the other kicker. I can't research into Staryu. I have to draw the Staryu organically, because I need to Giovanni this turn. And that puts us to the zero-outer. Yep, these rounds are best of 3 as always with the tournaments that I play. So let's tighten up. Try and play well for the next couple. Sucks to have a beat like that, but it's going to happen in card games. Sucks that they have the first energy advantage for the second game in a row. I think it's lead Finian. Basically never want to lead Staryu. Mewtwo's. It's not the Misty I was hoping for Christmas. I feel like I want to bonk this. Rating info shared on Twitter. I will give my full thoughts on whatever they shared well, after we're done with the tournament round. I might need a Misty to win this game. If we hit a heads-on Misty on the Staryu, the game gets easy. I'm gonna go ahead and Leak Slap here, so that way Starmie with a Geo can clear this potentially, or 2 Lumineon hits. If they don't have their one of Geo, it's also in a decent spot for us, but if they have their one of Geo, we're gonna be in trouble. They just draw 2? They just drew 2, right? Which means they don't have Geo. No Gardevoir here for them. Makes their draw a lot less scary. They have their second leaf and swap these out. It's a little unfortunate for us. So we do this. Put energy on this. We Starmie. I think I want to try and set up another Starmie here. So with Giovanni in hand here, they're gonna put the Mewtwo up. I'll Sabrina the Mewtwo back to the bench, switch into Lumineon, put the Mewtwo to 100, and then they're at a point where my Starmie plus Giovanni takes the knockout at any point. There's no potions and no blues in their deck. Draw my 1x speed real bad. Or hit heads on Misty. Oh, if I hit heads on Misty... If I hit heads on Misty, I can't Sabrina them, though. Already used the Giovanni. A Huck. I don't know. I think I'm dead. I think I'm dead. Them having the Sabrina and us not having the X speed, I think, kills us. There's a world where their second leaf is in their bottom 3 cards. Is our out? game. Oh, I just have such incredibly bad beats in our single elimination rounds. I can just never win a freaking tournament. Either than not have the leaf. All right, let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. All right, sometimes they don't have it. All right. All right, bottom three. I was trying to find it out that didn't need to get lucky, but that was the line. All right, we gotta play a game 3. That just gives us a game 3. That just gives us a game 3. Dirt Tails, thank you for the tier 1. Pony, thank you for the 17 months. All right, I'm closing chat. I'm gonna focus. We have first energy advantage and a good opener. Oh, come on. Oh, they hit on slab with 3 psychics already out. It's a good beat. I'm gonna research on one rather than Misty because it lets us decide where we Misty once we see some more cards. Which can let us know that, hey, we should do the Starmie. All right, if the Misty hits on Staryu and they don't pull this Mew out, we get to get 2 points next turn. Should be a huge aggressive start. Oh, this could decide the whole game right here. Not in the clear yet, but that's really good for the home team. I think I'm playing this out so that way they can't Sabrina up my one with the energy or the duck. $50, $100. Pull the Starmie out, put the duck in, crack them for 50. They have no potions, no blues. Dabba-dee dabba-die. Yeah, really heads up play for them. They put the energy on the Gardevoir here, which lets them attack with the Gardevoir next turn and clear the Farfetch'd. which means I should Giovanni this turn, because if they just take the knockout, they lose to the other Giovanni, yeah? And if they retreat the Mewtwo, they're dead to my Lumineon top deck at any point. So they can't take the Starmie without losing the game to the second Geo. And if they pivot and hit us to 20, we can pivot and still draw Lumineon to win the game on the spot. It's a good line to find. Using your Giovannis proactively in this deck to hit Lumineon breakpoints in advance is really important. So you want to think through, okay, what are we doing with this sequence? Two Lumineon and a research in my deck. That would imply that we're knocking out my Starmie and they're dead. They're just gonna make me have the second Geo. But we do. Holy! Got the juice for the duck. What a match. What a match. I forgot how much I miss playing in tournaments, chat. That was hype. That was hype. All right, trading news, trading news. How's the heart rate? High. How's the heart rate? High. Thank you for the gifted sub, Shirt Tails Up. Thank you, Border, for the 3/4 of a year. I really appreciate the support. I'm loving playing Pocket and playing in the tournaments. All right. We wanted to provide details on the new trade feature coming your way this month. Here are highlights you can look forward to. Trades can be done between friends. Trades can be done with cards of the same rarity. At the trade features launch, certain cards from Genetic Apex and Mythical Island booster packs will be traded. We're planning to expand the selection of booster packs you can trade from. To continue to expand. Okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong scene. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Appreciate it. You could only trade 1 to 4 star diamonds and 1-star cards. We'll continue to monitor player feedback and assess future updates. Well, I mean, like, why items must be consumed in order to trade? Okay, so they're gonna add another currency. And like, here's the thing about not letting me trade 2-star cards that's awful. Like, their economy, like, this is good for free-to-play players, but like, this is really terrible for whales. Do you want to see why it's terrible for whales, chat? Like, I don't know why they would screw people that want to spend thousands of dollars on their game with this feature. If they're not going to let me trade these cards, they need to give me something to do with my 3 extra copies of Full Art Sabrina. Socks fan, thank you for the prime. So, like, you can't even flare this card. Literally, the only thing I can do with this is turn it into 5 of these shop tickets. And there's nothing left in this shop for me to buy. Like, if they had good premium cosmetics or stuff like that, yeah, you can't flare these. You can't flare any of the full art traders. This doesn't, okay, so like, I get that, like, if you're a whale or if you have lots of multiple stars, like, I'm salty from my privileged position, but I'm gonna be honest. The detail waiting to remain is, what is the cost of consuming items? But this is important. Being able to trade EX Pokemon from a free-to-play perspective is the most important thing to know. Like, will we, like, if you can trade a reasonable amount of things, this is gonna make it so you can get your EX Pokemon that you need. This is gonna fix issues that the economy has. This is gonna make it so the person who's opened 12 Machamps and no Starmies could probably find another person on the planet who has 12 Starmies and no Machamps, and they can trade it away. There's gonna be plenty of Discord servers. We're gonna have a trade channel in my Discord server where you're gonna be able to coordinate with other people and figure out who has a bunch of copies of the EX you need and get them swapped around. I am looking forward to being able to take the fact that I spent too much money on this game, and I will be able to take all of these EX Pokemon, and I will be able to help complete the accounts of my handful of friends and kids and wife that are still missing EX Pokemon they want to play with. Not a lot of Gengars, but like, I've got a lot of these, and there's gonna be plenty of whales who have a lot of these. The big question is gonna be, what is the item consumed in order to trade costs? Like, that's a giant question mark. But like, if they're not prohibitively expensive, we're gonna be able to hook people. There's plenty of people that have plenty of 4 diamonds, like just copious amounts. Like could not remotely need any more of these, right? It actually doesn't say you're gonna need 4+ copies to trade. This is also another thing here, is they haven't said when this is launching yet. This doesn't tell us the key detail, which is whether or not you're gonna be able to trade the latest set. Because the way this reads, it might be the case that you're not going to be able to trade the newest booster packs. It's definitely possible. Or promo cards tradable. They're not, are they? Wait, the way this reads to me is I'll bet you're not going to be able to trade the newest set. I'm going to record a formal video talking about my thoughts on stuff to throw up on the YouTube channel. We'll hopefully have some clicks for. We'll do that tonight after the tournament run is done. Normally I'd sign off and get it done ASAP, but I don't want to leave my tournament run while we're still have games to play. Yeah, not being able to trade promo cards is a huge miss. People currently literally can't get access to Jigglypuff if they missed it. The handful of mechanically unique things. There's enough time to do it between rounds. I'm gonna be honest, I'm just not in the right headspace mid-tournament to record what I want to record between rounds. And I'm not gonna upload it between rounds. Promos don't have rarity. I think that's the case. Where do the promos show up when I filter? Is there a special promo? Yeah, there's a special promo filter. I actually don't have copies of the most important one because I flared them. I only had 4 mechanically unique Jigglies, and I was playing them enough that I flared my 2 copies. This trading mechanic will likely make the game cheaper for casual players to get game pieces to play with, which is a good thing. Speaking of making money and getting things, chat, I'm gonna run some ads. We're gonna have our next tournament round starting here momentarily. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I guess I'll leave this up here while we chat. It's like our round paired, actually. That's why we have a second to check in. Oh, this might be the end of the road, gamers. Our, we hit one of their Arcanine Moltres players. That's sad. Was it the only one, or was there 2 of them? Nah, there were 2 of them we had to dodge. Sedge. Oh, there were a bunch of them, actually. Holy. What a minefield. Yeah, there's four of them in the top 16. Yikes. Obviously not dead yet, but this matchup's hard for us. Dark Dart, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. But our type advantage. Yeah, Moltres ain't weak to water, unfortunately. You face Gyarados in the top 32 and top 16. I wish I could have those matchups. Oh, that would make me happy. Definitely leading Finian here. There is a red card. We'll play the Staryu out. 1 red card, 1 Sabrina, 1 Leaf, 2 Giovanni, 2 Potion, 2 X Speed. Them leading Mew is probably good for us. It's definitely their worst starter. They just need to get Arcanine on ASAP to run us down, basically. Sabrina. Misty. Actually, I think because they're a red card deck, we Misty rather than research. I just want to make sure I play a supporter this turn. Alright. They need Moltres plus X Speed or Leaf. They have 2 X Speed, 1 Leaf. If they don't Moltres this turn, we're in a pretty good spot. It's very likely a Moltres. Yep. I need them to not hit 2 heads on the Moltres. If they hit 2 heads on the Moltres and then have an X speed, Arcanine's gonna be set up before we can do anything because we missed on our Misty. I need 1 or less heads here, 1 or fewer. Alright, I hate having to wait for the coin. Okay, cool. That means they're 2 turns off from attacking, which gives us time to build the Starmie up. And I'm going to get to crack this turn with Lumineon, which means by the time it comes up to clear the Lumi, the Starmie can clear it on the backswing. Which again, just like what we're looking to set up in these instances is the ability for Starmie to clear after their active comes up. So we'll do this. We'll do this. I think I'm waiting on my last bench lock, so I'm not sure if I want it to be another Starmie or another whatever it called, and if they want to red card me at this point in the game, that's good for me. I suppose there's a world where they... There's a world where they Geo this next turn to clear this. I think I'm putting Farfetch'd up, and I think I'm playing second Farfetch'd out to play around Sabrina. Or am I just going after the Arcanine? Maybe I just go after the Arcanine? Because if I tag the Arcanine and they don't have the Geo for the Lumineon, I get to clean it out next turn. Yeah, I think I do this. So we'll play the other duck out to play around Sabrina. I think this is right. They're through a lot of cards. There's a good chance they have the Geo here. But forcing this Geo here means they're less likely to have a Geo for their Arcanine to clear my Staryu in one, which is nice. Playing 2 copies of Potion. So good against us too. It's funny, this next Charizard matchup is so good, but the Arcanine matchup is so bad. I think this is the worst of the matchups among the commonly played decks. Just dead to Sabrina next turn. Unless I top deck second Starmie. We're dead to second Giovanni, but there's still 9 cards in their deck, so maybe they don't have it. It is incredibly frustrating that Moltres is not weak to water. It's bad flavor. It's what makes these decks so good. Moltres just had like 40 extra damage on it there. We win so easily. They have first energy advantage here after they won the first one. It really doesn't matter. We're pretty torched in this matchup either way, I think. Misty! 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 Am I happy with them red carding my hand? Probably not. Research, Moltres, X speed, can't win. That's good for the home team. That's good for us. That's real good, yeah. Oh, the second research. Yep. I want to take the point off this Growlithe guaranteed, so that way clearing a single EX Pokemon wins us the game. I think is the line here. So what's the sequence? They go Arcanine, switch into it, clear this. I put this up, I draw Staryu, I put energy on Staryu, I crack the Arcanine, and then the Starmie cleans. I just need to hit my 4 out of 12 to draw Starmie next turn, or Staryu next turn. I have 2 research as well, so like half my deck turns into a Staryu. Yeah, our opponent's draws are very good. The matchup's really bad for us, so it's not hard for our opponent's draws to look good. And then we brick on that, and the game is over? Question mark. I think so. The highs and lows of card games. Last round so hype, this round so deflating. It's the way the cookie crumbles, gamers. We should have Giovanni'd. Yeah, maybe. That wouldn't matter with the potion, right? Oh, it's Arcanine versus Gyarados. Gyarados has an unwinnable Gyarados matchup. Opponent's deck is actually 0% into one of the most popular decks in the format. So, it's lucky for them they got to Q into us and draw well. Can force a die here. Cannot force a die here. Not remotely. So, let's show some stats on their deck into Gyarados here, huh? Show that I'm not just being salty and their deck is actually trash into one of the best decks in the format. Gyarados matchups. This is Gyarados matchup stats. It won almost 70% of its games against Arcanine. Arcanine Moltres in the last one. Which isn't a huge sample. How about the one before this? Did we go back that far? I don't know how to scroll back that far. It's bad to say the least. It's like consistently 30% though. Alright, that's the sweet. Well, we finished top 16, I think. It's not terrible. That's Rocket Cup 24. This says not updated yet. I think we'll be top 16. I think we won. It was cut to 32, and then we won, and then we lost. So that's fun. I enjoyed the Starmie Lumineon deck. What was it? So we finished 6-3 overall, I think, because we had one buy in there. That was a good run. I had fun. Thanks everybody for watching through the end. They announced some trading details. I'm gonna go ahead and record some thoughts on that and post a video. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna do a full day and play some more tournaments then. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday wherever you're at.